Okay, starting up the stream. Hey, I got transcoding options again today. Nice. Hello, this is stream number 376. Hey there, Nui. I am going to be tackling some more difficult, look at this, is scrolling past the screen edge there. That's better. Migrating more complex ECS to SQLite today. I got all of the simple tables done yesterday. Now I'm looking at the more difficult tables. So container, I think, is one of the easier ones of the complex things. Here's where let me show a simpler container. Not that one. Something with fewer things in it. Yeah, here we go. So what a container has right now, its entity reference, whether it's open or closed, its description, and then its list of items. So everything but the items fits into one row of a database. Items, though, implies another table associating the container and slot with another item. Hey there, 715209. How are you doing today? So a lot of the components that have arrays are going to be handled like that, right? It's going to be entity, and then slot number, and then item in slot. Hey there, Toulouse. I don't know. I'm not looking forward I am not looking forward to today because I think this is going to be more difficult. So that being an example of one step up in difficulty handling this items list. And I guess globals is the same kind of thing. Actually, no, this is where I could probably do this one easier. Maybe I'll start with this one, where this initial player position really is just 3 parameters shoved into one. I could just split them back out as 3 different columns and I'd be done. Yeah. Yeah, let's start with that. Let's start with an easy one. Caps to globals. I feel a sneeze coming on. ECS tests globals. Globals. This module contains the unit tests of the components class that have to do with persisting global game information in an SQL database. Globals, yes. There aren't very many globals in the game. The tile set designated for the player avatars really is, it's all the singletons. So there's only things that the game only has one of. So there's only one player avatar tile set. There's only one position that players start in when they join the game. Okay, I don't think I actually have any globals keys though. Oh, I do. Look at that. Avatars, 42. I like the number 42. And then initial player position. Here's where it gets a little more complicated. This is a JSON object, which happens to have an X, a Y, and a Z. 2. Y and a Z. How's it going? I have done the create, update, and delete, but not the retrieve for all of the simple tables in the game. So I'm trying to find the file to show you the list. Yeah, here we go. So here are all of the tables that we've done three quarters. All of the create, all of the update, and all of the delete has been done for all of these kinds of components. None of the retrieves, though. The retrieves are going to be another story. So I've done mobility, character components. This is the golem commands. This is input components, items, positions, scripts, and tiles. So that's out of all of this list here. So I'm collapsing this again. How many is that? Let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. So we have 22 component types. And how many have I transitioned to the database? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 now handled in database. Create, update, delete. So that means that we have 14 left to go. Then after that, we need to do handle a snapshot intervals, and then handle retrieve. So retrieve is something that we will do in the game whenever the server starts or a snapshot gets installed. From then on, since we have a memory copy of everything, we're only doing creates, updates, and deletes to keep the snapshot, the next snapshot, fresh. And at the snapshot interval is where we complete the massive transaction that steps it to the next snapshot. So still have to do that stuff. So yeah, I'm approaching halfway done making moving the data into the database. It's at least as far as writing to it. Hey there, Aiden Garth. And hello, Arimeth. Which database I'm going with? SQLite. Just to start with, so it might not be finalized, but SQLite. So I have a database abstraction layer just in case I want to switch. And the database abstraction layer is centered around SQL statements or SQL statements. You can build them, you can execute them, and then a statement, you can bind parameters to them, you can step them, you can reset them, and you can fetch columns, right? So those map pretty well to, oops, it didn't pin the other file. They map pretty well to SQLite. So building a statement is prepare, executing is exec, open is open, and close is close. Step is step, reset is reset. Fetch column is the SQLite 3 column functions to fetch data, and then bind parameter is SQLite 3 bind functions, and that's to fill in parameters for statements. Hey there, TS Jost and Atomic Nibble. So yeah, that's how it's going so far. 8 down, 14 to go. These 8 that I did yesterday were the simple tables, the ones that didn't have any structure for their fields. They were all simple values. So the 14 that are left to go all have some kind of internal structure that we need to decompose into separate tables. I don't need to save that one. So right now I'm looking at the globals. This initial player position right here is a JSON object which is nested inside of one, what I was going to have each field be a column. So this, I have two choices, right? Either I store that JSON object in a single column, and the second object is to decompose that into separate columns. So I think that's the easiest for these objects, is to, for every object I have, I just pull out these keys, and it would just be as if I had a initial player position X, Y, and Z, like this, right? That should have said X. Y is 5, and Z is 68, 62, right? So basically decomposing it to look like that, and then it fits a database row pretty well, right? For the arrays, I have to do a little bit more work. So where's my array? Container, right? So this box that has an items array, there I'm envisioning there to be two tables. One table whose each row is the simple fields of a container, and another table which is a one-to-many table where we map the one container to these many slots. So the columns would be container entity, slot index, and item in slot. Hey there, Resubaka. So that's a little bit harder to do because there's now two tables instead of one for container, but not impossible. The one that I'm really not looking forward to, or there are several that I'm not really looking forward to, but one of them is scripts? No, dialogues. So here, the dialogue is a very complex nested structure. So on the top level, a dialogue has a name, and then it has a dictionary of states. For each key in the states, there is a variable that says whether or not it's V, I think was for multiple choice, or visible, choices being visible. And then you have the dictionary of choices. And then for every choice, you have what the next state is, what the requirements to execute that choice transition are, and what the name of it is. And then you have an array of events, and each event has a type, and depending on the type, it has other fields. So like a tail just has a message, a script has a script, and I think that is not supposed to be there. I think for a script there is no M key. But anyway, you get the idea. It's objects within objects, with arrays within objects within objects within one dialogue. So I think at each level there will have another table, right? So there'll be a table for dialogues, and there'll be a table for dialogue states, and then a table for dialogue choices, and then a table for dialogue events, and each one down has another level of keys, right? So for events, you have a key for which dialogue it's in, and another one for which state it's in, and another one for which choice it's in. I think that's the only way I know how to do it. Unless someone tells me a better way, there would be many keys to find particular events of a dialogue, because they are tied to which dialogue it's in, which state it's in, and which choice it's in. And I guess which index is in. If this is an array, then that implies order, so it would have an index, like an event index for each of these. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? Tim Bodette. I am contemplating how I'm going to break my game's data, the complex parts of it, into digestible pieces digestible by a database, by a relational database. And dialogue is a more complex shape that I'm not looking forward to figuring out. Breaking things is easy, but breaking things in a way that you can reassemble them, kind of like taking apart an engine. You want the goal of taking apart an engine is that you can put it back together again and it still works. Why have you escaped the double quote in what? Oh, back in that dialogue. Because you have to in JSON. If you want a double quote inside of a JSON string, you have to escape it. So if I did that, you see how it shows it in red now? It's not valid JSON. But if you put escape characters in there, now it's valid JSON. And so the quotes mean different things. The outer quotes are to make it parse as a JSON string. The inner quotes are because when I want to show that string to a user, I want the string to have quotes around it, as if you're, if you're reading a story and something is in double quotes, it usually means that a character in the story is speaking it. So that's what this is for, right? This is the NPC in the game actually speaking a line of dialogue. If there weren't quotes, it would be something like, it's not the person asking you for the gold, it's more like the NPC hands you the item and requests 20 gold, right? Then I wouldn't have quotes around it, because that's That's what the narrator is saying, right? You don't put double quotes around what the narrator says in the story usually. So again, the quotes are there because it's something actually spoken by a character in the game. Commentator, yeah. Can't do evenings as much anymore, so down to mornings and weekends? Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem, Aiden. So yeah, that's one of the few characters that needs to be escaped in JSON strings. In fact, that might be the only one you need to escape. Well, other than the control characters, like if you could put a null in there if you did a backslash, and then whatever the way to encode a byte is with numbers, with hex digits. Yeah, so dialogue I'm not looking forward to porting. Some of these other ones are not so bad. By the way, this is a bug. This interact list shows what characters are sort of paused while interacting with other characters. The idea is that if entity 523 and entity 42549 are talking to each other, then you would have each one, you would have it like this, right? They're both interacting with each other. This is invalid. This means that entity 523 doesn't think it's interacting with anything, but entity 42549 thinks it's interacting with 523, so that's actually a bug. And the fact that it's listed multiple times is an even worse bug. But bug aside, it's possible for an entity to be interacting with more than one thing. So for example, if this had like 1, 2, 3, probably what it is this is an NPC, and these are players that are all surrounding the NPC, all talking to the NPC at the same time. So like maybe it's a quest giver, and the quest giver is talking to 3 players. And let's say player 1 is done talking, but player 2 and 3 are still talking. It would look like that. And then once all 3 players have left, then it goes empty. And the intent is that when the interact list is empty, an NPC is allowed to wander around. So that prevents NPCs from wandering when you're talking to them as a player. So anyway, that being an array because multiple players might be talking to an entity, that will again need to be a one-to-many table, right? One to many. And I think look is the same thing. An entity could be looking at several different other entities at the same time. NPC it's where it gets even more complicated because, for example, it's got nested objects in here. Some of these I can decompose, right? This is actually obsolete. I don't need it anymore. So this could be decomposed into anchor X, anchor Y, 2 separate fields, right? Weapon, though, I'm kind of inclined to make NPC weapon another table and to have a what do you call it? A one-to-one mapping between NPC and their weapon. I don't know the database terminology, but there would be an NPC table and an NPC weapon table, and the NPC weapon table, it would have the same key as the NPC table. It'd be keyed on entity. Right, and then maybe if you wanted to, this is one thing, you could join them together. Anyway, the NPC class is more complicated too because there's a loot table and it also has a weapon entry. But this loot table is more complex because not only do we have objects in here, but we have an array of objects. So I guess that for NPC class, there'd be a one-to-many table for loot. And the keys would be which class and then which loot table entry. And then these would then be the other columns in the table. So, what does player have in it? Right, so player is even more complicated in that there are 3 different, so there are a bunch of nested objects in here. Yeah, so there's the player's equipment, and each equipment slot, there might be more than one slot. So, for example, you might have the ability to wear 2 different rings, so you might want to do that. And then there's items, which is handled the same way as container. That's a one-to-many. Quests is itself a table, I think, where the columns would be quest key And actually, I think this is redundant. I think this matches this entity. If I search for that entity in quests, I'd probably find it, right? Yeah. So we probably don't need to store test anymore because that's just that variable. So ignoring the test, for every quest a player is on, we'll have a quest entity and then some other variables. I think this is how many times they've completed the quest and what progress they've made on the quest so far towards the goal. Yeah. So anyway, each of these is a more complex structure that requires more than one table. I mean, same thing here with just the quest template itself, right? We have multiple layers here. So everything fits into a column except for the rewards things, I guess. This can be decomposed into initial rewards item, initial rewards XP, I guess. And then I suppose the way I could decompose item, whoa, sorry, I forgot to silence my phone from the spammers calling me. I guess there could be a table where it's this string is just a column in it, and this string can appear multiple times, something like that. And the reason I chose the keys to be small, just to make this file quicker to parse. Hover over name in GitHub, it'll guess the user's time zone? Really? Yeah, these are only small just to abbreviate them to make it faster to parse. So I'm getting rid of that when I go to the database. In the database, they're back to being expanded names. So, for example, these items, right? N, instead of N, it is name. Instead of Q, it's going to be quantity. Instead of MQ, it's going to be max quantity. Because there's no advantage to shortening them in the database, because the database will compile them down anyway. It will never find out where you are. Well, you could be at the North Pole, and then technically you're in all time zones, right? Or the South Pole. Have you ever thought about that? There's actually 2 places on Earth that you can stand in and be in all time zones simultaneously. At the exact poles, right? Then, like, you could just walk around in a quick circle, and the time just shoots up and then resets back a day. Yeah, why not? It's a singularity point, right? What time zone is the exact North and South Poles in? No, it's in all of them. That's where they all intersect, right? Ever had those thoughts? You thought it didn't work like that? Sure it does. It doesn't mean much because when you're at the pole, the sun is always, well, the sun is either, well, because the Earth is tilted, it doesn't quite work this way. But there are spots on Earth where during, because of the tilt, if you're in the right season, the right time of the year, the sun just never sets or never rises. It just goes around in a circle. So GitHub feature, it was an extension to GitHub, I see. 6-month nights, yeah. And if it wasn't for the tilt in the Earth, then it would be permanent. You would just go to a pole and it would be always, the sun would always be right at the horizon. Eternal twilight. Okay. Yeah, so I think I want to try to hit some of these not so complicated tables first, just to get some momentum going here. I'm at least happy I got almost halfway through. Okay, so I decided to do global first, right? And global, it was easier because I can just decompose initial player position into 3 parts. So let's do it. Right, so given this, we're going to select, do I really want long names? I guess so, why not? Let's have long names. X, comma, Y, comma, Z, comma, and then player avatars. Hey there, Voight Compville, and Romania Hate, by the way, hello. While in the North Pole, you can walk 500 meters south, 500 meters west, 500 meters north, and be back where you started. You can't do that anywhere else. South, west, or east, and then north. Yeah, exactly. Because and the compass will point straight down or up, depending on which pole you're at, right? Or well, that's doesn't matter. Hey there, Gadam. How are you doing today? I try to challenge my kids from time to time with thought experiments like that. So I would ask my son, if you stood at the magnetic North Pole, which way would the needle point? And sometimes they'll say, well, maybe it'll just spin around. I'm like, yeah, maybe, but let's say you let the needle rotate in 3D space. And I try to get them to say that it's going to point straight up and down. But they don't always get that, you know. You have to think about the shape of magnetic fields that away from the poles, they seem to be parallel to the Earth, although as you get closer to a pole, they slant up. They have a slant. And when you get to the pole, it's pretty much up and down, right? Yeah, Void Comp Phil, Gadam gifted you a sub yesterday, I think. Yeah. Gifted a lot of subs. All right. Those are the column names. So that's the create test. Destroy test is easy. We probably don't need so many destroy tests, do we? I won't yet because it's still a single table. When we have multiple tables, though, it's going to be more challenging. Thank you for that follow. All right, so here's an update test where it is this and we change it to something else. Let's change player avatars to 43, and we'll change one of these position elements. And then I need to build the same kind of select statement I had before. Just occurred to me that there's only going to be one global entity. So it's going to be a table with only one row in it. I think I'm okay with that, though. What am I doing here? I'm shortening that and putting the clipboard there. That's what I'm doing. Okay, and then the columns, there are 4 of them. They're all integers, so that makes it easier. 1, 2, and 3. And so the columns we have are 42, 2, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then down here I have 43, 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's build it. Hey there, DJ Noak. I don't know what that means, that what you posted, but okay. Usually the first time someone visits the channel, they say hello. They don't say their name and then 2 words that don't make sense. But maybe you're talking in another language. This is an English-only channel. I don't know any other languages. Other than programming languages. What if we had a stream where you could only speak in a programming language? And then if someone tried to speak in a non-programming language, the moderators would say, throw error. Only C++ language allowed in chat today. It'd be a challenge, right? The pedantic people would love that because they'd catch everyone else on syntax errors. That'd be fun. Yeah, twist your brain just thinking about how you'd speak in a programming language and get your point across, right? Twitch would flag the chat? It would? We need to use the printf function for every sentence. Well, that'd be kind of like cheating, though. Like, maybe you'd get more... you get more cred for being more creative than just doing a printf all the time. I don't know. Hey there, Goban. And Krista Mac, hello. All right, these tests should be ready for me to run. And Warren. See, TS Joss is getting into it already. Thinking about DBs last night. So using my unsorted map as an example, how do you pull the data? Pointers or custom implementation, you don't have to call a pointer and then get the data. Okay, so as an example, the unsorted map. Do you mean pull the data from the database into an unsorted map? Is that what you mean? Like, what's the scenario that we're talking about? Pulling data from the database? That's fine. And when you pull the data to use on an object or to make a change. I'm still not sure I understand what you mean by pull. Do you mean like to retrieve data from a database, or do you mean to look up data already in an unsorted map, like in memory, or what? Because I could answer both. They're slightly different answers. So you have two objects fighting, and you need the entity stats to use. Oh, so you're saying, I think I know what you're saying. So they're already in memory in an unsorted map, and you need to access it, right? Where do I have code that does that? Unordered. You use unordered set as an example. Okay, that's a bad example. Let me find one where we've actually done this. Well, actually, the components they're using an older container called a map, not an unordered map. So a store is a map from entity number to component, or no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. So the store is a map from string to a store entry, and a store entry is a map from entity number to JSON value. So that reflects this structure here. This is the store, and then that's the store, and each of these is an entry in that top level map, right? And then the store entry is in memory. I have it mapped from entity number to JSON value. In here, the entity number just kind of tags along. So you can think of this as that's the key for this inner map, and this is the value for the inner map. So the way that let's just go back a few times. Yeah, find is your friend. If you're working with any kind of map or dictionary, then usually find the data by its key. So here I'm looking up the entry in the top level map by the component type, and that gives me an entry. And this comparison with the end of the container tells us if you found it or not. And if you found it, then the second thing in the iterator is the actual value. In this case, since I have a map inside a map, I go to that second, and then I do a second level find for the entity number. And you can't see that. Now you can, right? Find by the entity number. And again, I have to compare with the end to see if it was found or not. And if it is found, then you go to the second, and then that's our new component. So the first pointer will call the reference, and then you have to move it to the value to retrieve the data. What this thing is, it's called an iterator. So, hey there, Ann Perry. Doing the DB dance again. An iterator is like a pointer, but it's a little bit more advanced. It has limits on what you can do with it. It can't go out of range as easily because you usually can't randomly access with an iterator. You get an iterator back when you do a find, like a search, and you can also get an iterator if you go to the beginning or the end. And there's, depending on the container, you can get iterators a few other ways. But for a map, you usually do find to get an iterator. And the iterator, like a pointer, will either be null or it will be non-null. The equivalent of null for an iterator is that it points to the end of the container. So if it pointed to the end, that means we couldn't find it. That's why I have if statements like, if we're not at the end, that means we actually found something. And then the second and first things of an iterator are dereferencing that iterator. So for an iterator for a map, there's always two things, key and value. The key is always first, the value is always second. if I were to design this language or this library, I would have called it value, not second, and I would have called first key to fit the traditional key value nomenclature, right? But so whenever you see second, it usually means value, and whenever you see first, it means key. If it's an iterator for a map, some kind of key value container. For component type, do you need a map? Couldn't you use a flat array with enum? You could use a flat array with enum if the component types were fixed, but they weren't. Up until now, the actual component names were fluid. So if at any point I could have created a foobar component and it would have done this, right? And then it would have had one entry in it where the entity is whatever, and the component is whatever I put in it. And if I made it an empty component, it would just look like that. So this is literally what creating component foobar of entity 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with no data in it would actually do. It would actually create another top-level store entry for foobar. So I couldn't do that if I had a flat array with an enum, because flat array with an enum means you've at compile time, you've locked in what are the types. So I didn't have lock-in yet. Although now that I'm moving to a database, I sort of am going to impose some lockdown on it. Ever use lambda expressions to query collections? Nope. Hey there, Chim Chim. I'm gonna have to clear my throat. So let me. How am I going to do this? I am going to just hit this key. I'll be right back. I don't want you guys to have to hear me clear my throat. You put my code under the lockdown conditions too. Well, no, what I'm saying is when I'm moving to a database, these have to be encoded into the schema of the database. So I'm going to have to sacrifice a little bit of like the flexibility. I can't create component types on the fly anymore. In order to create a new component type, I need to define it in the schema and then migrate the database. Yeah, bad COVID jokes, I know. But I need to explain, right? So in a sense, now that I'm locking down the types of the components we can have, I could make this thing not a map anymore, but the store thing could just be an array, right? Because we know all the possible values for this now. So this could just be a vector. And then the index into the vector could be an enum value. So yeah, I could do that. I don't know if I will, because I think it's equally as fast to do a search on a map. I might make that an unordered map though, because there's no need for me to sort by the key. But because there aren't a whole lot of entries in this map, it's sort of a wash. So I might as well just keep it the way it is. Hey there, Raleigh Monkey. Oh, I'm dropping some frames. I dropped 38 frames there. Possible template see only return a value of the map as opposed to having to iterate each time. Only ever return a value on the map as opposed to having to iterate each time. I'm not sure I know what you mean, to return a value on the map. Yeah, I know, exactly. Give me those frames back. Someone stole my 38 frames. First call is key, second is value. Yeah. So a map can have any number of entries in it, and depending on what kind of map it is, it might be sorted or not. So it might be implemented as a red-black tree. It might be a hash table. So, so if you wanted just the value each time, would that be cleaner? Well, the way that... Gosh, I need to clear my throat again. Hold on. The way the kind of container you pick will just determine how it's implemented, and how it could be implemented could be easy or difficult to get just the values out, right? So there are no you shouldn't try to assume too much about how a container behaves, other than like what you can learn about from what is it? Steve Meyer's book, Scott Meyer's book. effective STL, right? Talks about what are the behaviors, top level behaviors that you can expect. So like standard map, you can expect that it's going to sort by the key, so that searches are fairly fast, or like a certain like order log n or something, O log n to search, and insertions are very fast as well. But iterating might not be as fast because you have to walk through some kind of tree structure. Usually lookups are free in maps. Not that they're free, but that they're like order and log n or order 1 or something like that. Really, not expensive, but not exactly free either. The easiest thing to iterate would be a vector, because then it's sequentially ordered, and then you just have one cache miss, and then you load the almost. If you could fit into one cache line, you'd load the entire vector in one cache miss, and then you just walk through it in memory linearly. So yeah, the type of the container sort of determines at a very rough scale, like how easy it is to iterate through, just get the values, just get the keys, how fast it is to search, that kind of thing. But how exactly it's done, it's left up to the implementation. So I can make a funny map, right? It wouldn't be in standard namespace anymore, but funny map might look and act like a lookup table or a dictionary or map, but might have different characteristics that, like maybe for funny map, it's expensive to insert, but it's still very fast to search. Who knows, right? You started a stream, did you ever imagine you spent so much time teaching, justifying your code? Yeah, I think I did expect it because I watched other streamers do it. And it's sort of up to my mood of how much I go off on a tangent. I'm not super motivated to do the database stuff today, so I don't mind chatting. Maps are normally unsorted. No, standard map is definitely sorted. If you want the unsorted variety, you do unordered map, and then it becomes a hash table. So depending on whether it's map or unordered map, there are different requirements for the key. Unordered map requires that the key be hashable. Map requires that the key be order or sortable. I always get order and sorting back mixed up, but that you can compare less than or greater than of the key is requirement for a map, right? And when you iterate through a map, it's always in the order defined by the key. So if it's string, it's going to be alphabetical or lexicographical, or whatever the word is. If it was an integer, it would be from most negative to most positive, right? Unordered map, though. Oh, Gadam, you didn't have to do that, but thank you very much. Give to the sub to Chim Chim too. Thank you, Gadam. But for an unordered map, the key doesn't need to have any sorting, any order, and when you iterate, you get sort of a randomized order, but it does need to be hashable, so that type needs to support being reduced to a hash value. Yep. Did I miss anything? I forgot to update the Twitch title. Oh yeah, I did forget that. Okay, I'll have to fix that. Oh, I have to actually fix it twice, because I can edit it now while I'm streaming, but then later the VOD will have the old number in there, and I have to go and fix the VOD. All right. Okay, so the let's get back to what I was doing before. I was going to run these tests, right? And they're going to fail. Yeah. But they shouldn't crash, which they are, because I haven't set up the shape for them in the database. So that was common framework. Right, I need to actually create a table for global. Let me put it in the right spot. L comes before O, right? Globals. Okay, and then these keys were longer, right? Initial player position. X is an integer, comma. Sometimes that pop-up for IntelliSense is really unwelcome to me. There we go. So that will create the table so that we won't crash on our tests. They crash because the statements that we use can't be prepared correctly. All right, so now it just doesn't actually do the inserts. So to do that, I have to go back to here and add some definitions here. Just copy that structure, globals, and then need these, X, Y, and Z, or Z, depending on if you're American or not. And then player avatars. Okay. And then here's where it gets a little tricky. I have this component field names. That doesn't actually match exactly, does it? Because I have to do a little bit of decomposition. So how am I going to deal with this? I think I know what I can do. I can introduce a concept of a composite key. So here, I'll tell you what I mean by composite key. So we have globals, right? And we have initial player position X. So what I can do is I can have key globals initial position, but then I can add a dot X, right? Shouldn't it let me glue two strings together? Oh, that's a standard string, so I have to do a plus. There we go. You guys can't see that unless I do that. So there's a composite key with a dot in there saying that we're going to have to descend two object levels. First object, second. All right, and then let's get rid of this. So then column Y and column Z go to the same thing, but with another second level. And then we have player avatars, which is easy. That's key global player avatars. Okay, so then to make this actually work correctly, where we do component field names, I have to do a little bit more work here. Okay, maybe not at this level, but where I use get component field name, right? Yeah. So if it's a composite, I need to descend two levels, or a level for every step. So maybe what I'll do is I will refactor this a little bit to make it easier to do logic. So actually, if this is only done in the context of JSON to DB, maybe I have JSON to DB do the work for me. Right now, JSON to DB just takes a JSON value and gives me the database value. But what if it also did the lookup based off of the field name? So in other words, I would give it the component. Let me take this code and stash it here for a second. So give it the component and then give it what it needs to call get component field name. So component, component type, and column. Right? What if I do that everywhere that where I do JSON to DB? So in other words, that there as well. Yeah, it's only two places, right? Okay, so then there's a component type and a column. So there's three things here now. And what was component, what was column again? What is column? A string. So they're all strings. Component type and column. Okay, got it. So this is a component type. And this is a column. So right now I can just say, if this is no longer JSON but component, then const auto JSON equals that. A component index that. I think. How come it doesn't like that though? Oh, is that defined later? Oh, it's there. Well, this doesn't need to be here, does it? Yeah, we can move this one out. JSON to DB. I can define this like right here or something. Oops. What happened? Control X. No. I wonder if there was something with multiple cursors working there. Anyway. Paste that there. Hey there, Marka Shiva. How are you doing? All right, remove that. Hold on. So this, I don't need the declaration of this anymore. So I can remove this one. Okay, and then we're good. Just out of curiosity, does this work if I move that after here, or do I have a problem with function order? It still works, right? I don't like it when... Oh, there is a function order problem. Dang it. I hate it when there's function order problems. It makes me want to put it in the class just to avoid having to put these in a certain order. You know what? That's okay. Just make sure it's defined first. I hate using forward declarations too. Hey there, Grumpy Gator. Forward declarations make me grumpy, and you don't want me to be grumpy. Forward declarations remind me that I'm working with a language which is not smart, whose compiler is not smart enough to do lookaheads for the definitions of symbols. Okay, so now that I've moved that code there, now to deal with composite field names, I can do this one first, right? So, auto path equals that, because it might be a composite path through the data structure. And then we'll have, don't I already have a descend tree? I already have a descend tree. Yeah, why am I not using that? Oh, Gadam's gifting another sub to Marka Shiva. Thank you again, Gadam. Need our own compiler, yeah. Yeah, descend tree here. Can I just use this? It's in the executor, but it doesn't need to be here. Yeah, this thing that finds the delimiter and then descends it recursively until it finds it. I think I want this, although this one is dealing with non-const references. I don't like that. You know, it's okay. I can make a copy of this. Writing your own compiler is a solution to and cause of computing's problems. Because C++ certainly doesn't exactly benefit from fast compile times. It doesn't. It's sort of slow, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to just put it here and make these all const. And then I'm going to use that. So, actually, if we already have this function, which does all the work for me, I can just say that JSON is descend tree component get component field name like that. There we go. And really, component field name is get component field path. So this is an interesting way to think about it, and now I've made you feel annoyed with it. You mean the fact that you have to order your functions or forward declare them? Some people will forward declare all their functions to avoid the ordering problem entirely. I like to cheat and just put them inside of a class which has the... it benefits from things don't need to be in order anymore. So part of me was like, just stuff it into a class and then they don't need to worry about the order. Okay, I guess we can just try this and see if it works. Compile and link. Machine. Obey. No, it didn't work. Oh, wait. Am I missing something here? No, I have this. Okay, so then what's the deal? They're all 0. Why are they 0? Okay, I suspect my own code here, so let's debug. Okay, so the we're going into descend tree. The path is initial player position dot x. So it finds the key, which is initial player position, and then it will dereference that from the root object, which should have it in there. Let's see. Initial player position, right. So then we step into descend tree. And here the paths should go away, window. The path is just x, so it won't find a delimiter. So it just returns the root, which is... Oh, that's not correct. It should... Okay, so this is wrong. I don't want to return root anymore. I want to return root key. And... no, not key, because... Okay, so it's just root of path. There we go. I should probably not name it descend tree, because it's going to be confusing. If I call this one extract value from object using composite key. What's a shorter word for that? Extract value from object using composite key. How about we could say get from object using composite key. Yeah, holy verbosity. Yeah, I just need to find a smaller name. That I have trouble finding concise names. Hey there, Rig of Regents. I like that name. And Elrazor X0. Hi. If you stuck them inside a namespace, you still need to do the ordering. I believe so. I don't think a namespace alone allows the compiler to do that extra pass. I think it has to be in like a struct or a class. Map containers using integers. How do you keep them from being invalidated when a map might restructure itself? I guess the best way... Oh. Well, usually when you're using iterators, you don't mutate the map. In fact, it's... There are two things to consider. So, one is to try to avoid mutating maps while using iterators at all. If you need to do that, what you can do is have... you can have two passes, where the first pass is just to collect a description of what you're going to change, and then the second pass is actually make the changes. I do that sometimes. The other thing you might do is use the methods of the containers that actually take the iterator and give you a new iterator on the way out. So let's go to dev docs. C++. If I look at erase, standard, or well, not standard erase, but let's say like map erase. You see how map erase will give you back an iterator when you give it an iterator? And it'll say the return value is the iterator following the last removed element. The iterator you get back is always valid. But the erase invalidates whatever iterators you had. So this is a way you can get a newly valid iterator after making a change to a map through an erase. First would be ideal. Works with keys, not iterators. Yeah. So a lot of the time, I'll walk through a structure and just collect together the keys of the things that need to be removed, and then the second pass is just for every key do a remove. There's a little bit of a penalty in that you'll have to do a search twice for certain kinds of structures, but does it really matter? Do a performance measurement and see if it matters for you. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, so you want to look, if you're going to mutate a container with iterators, look for the methods that return new iterators back out. I think insert also works the same way, right? Yeah, insert will give you an iterator back out after you give an iterator in. And just remember, if you get an iterator back out, it's going to be valid. But any iterator you pass in becomes invalid, potentially, depending on the type of container, if it mutates the container. Some things it won't invalidate. So like you can insert into a map and you're guaranteed not to invalidate the iterators of other keys because, well, it'll actually say in here, right? Invalidate. Yeah, if it says something like no iterators or references are invalidated, then you're good. Then you're good to go. If the insertion is successful, pointers and references to the element obtained while it is held in the node handle are invalidated, and pointers and references obtained to that element before it was extracted become valid. So, yeah, you got to look at the fine-grained details to see what happens to your iterators when you mutate a structure. Do they get invalidated or not? Some structures they do, sometimes they don't. Where do you see it returning an iterator? Whenever you see the word iterator as a return value. So that is it's for this variant 4. Inserts a value as close as possible just prior to the hint. It's equivalent to in place only. It only participates in overload resolution. So yeah, I don't know about that one. That might be not a very good example. But erase definitely. It will tell you the iterator of the one after the removed one, which is useful when you're doing a loop. And like if you're iterating through a container and you're removing some of them, what you do is if you decide to remove something, you just call erase on the iterator and then you take the return value and assign it back to your iterator. But if you choose not to erase it, you just do ++ on your iterator to advance. And that's by design. This is intended to be used for like when you're iterating through a container and deciding whether or not to erase the elements as you're iterating them. You assign the return value back if you call erase. Otherwise, you ++. Okay, did this pass now? Is this going to pass? No. It's getting close, though. 2, 4, am I off by 1? I think I might be off by 1 in this test. Oh, I am. I have avatars. Yeah, the avatars is at the end. I can actually fix that and just move that up here. Ha! Fixed! We do the same thing here. Move avatars to the top, because it doesn't really matter what order I put the columns in the search, right? In F#, adding to or removing from a map gives you a completely new map. Yeah, that's the same in JavaScript, right? Well, not exactly, right? The way I use JavaScript with Redux, for example, whenever it's not that you mutate an object, it's you make a whole new object based off of the old one. And it's not completely new. It's a new composition, but its elements might be shared with the old composition. It gets a little complicated when you're talking about composite objects, right? If you do a shallow copy, where some of the elements are new and some of them are just references to elements in the old. Yes, the span syntax is doing a shallow copy, and which means it's not copying everything, it's just copying some things by reference and making usually you're making a new top level object, but a new composition, but out of existing old objects inside. Hey there, Mr. Sleeper. How are you today? Okay, I got those to pass, so this is good. It means this new, this slight adjustment to how I do conversion from JSON to a database datum works, now that we can allow composite keys, I can break down the JSON if it's got a composite-like structure using dot. So let's look at what's next. Or should I make that a commit? I've got an hour. Let's do a commit. Yep, so it's global. So work in progress migrating JSON data to the database. So extend JSON object, well, JSON, yeah, JSON object to row translation code to support composite objects. Add globals table. Cool. Let's push that. All right, next table. So we have all of these done. Oh no, I didn't do container yet. I want to look for the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. I did input. Interact and look are all similar to container. Maybe I'm just doing one of those next. Quest. Can I do quest next? No, that's going to need an inner table. It's going to need a second table, right? Yeah. Can't do that yet. I already did script and tile set, maybe? No, that's even worse. Forget tile set. How about trigger? Trigger was one of those weird ones where this, I guess I could decompose that, couldn't I? I remember why I had this. There are possibly different kinds of triggers. So I have a step. These step triggers are teleporters, but I want to have other kinds. All right. So a message trigger has different keys in it. Yeah, I don't feel like doing this one yet. Blueberries are not hanging fruits. They're not low-hanging fruits. Excellent joke there. Yeah. Try to understand everything I say. I'll try to speak more slowly. I did the use table already, right? Yeah. Zone table, maybe next. No, that has another second table. I guess we're going to be doing the tables with one-to-manys inside. So let me show a simpler example. I think it was the fourth one. Yeah. So if I do the container table next, there are actually two tables. There's container and then there's container items. Two separate tables, right? The container table will have entity, description, and open. The container items table will have entity of the container, slot number, and item. So I need to figure out how I'm going to handle that. I guess we'll set up the test first. Test first and then figure out how to do it. So this is container. There was almost a shattering of plates in the kitchen. Did you guys hear that? Container. You barely understand English and you speak Spanish. Good for you. I only know English. I admire anyone who knows multiple languages. Yeah, I fully expected to hear a shattering sound soon after hearing it tumble. But, did not shatter. Apparently one of my kids dropped a plate or a bowl. And did not shatter it. Okay. Run the make. Going back to container. Let's close all this stuff. Okay, container. Container. Fewer shards of plates on the floor is a good thing. Yeah, exactly. Just one shard as in the whole bowl or plate without being broken at all is preferred. Okay, this module contains the unit tests for the components class that have to do with persisting item containers. Persisting, comma, in an SQL database, comma, item containers in the game. There we go. You are often heard to bellow, "Stop dropping things. You damn kids. Get off my lawn. Stop dropping things." Hey there, cat peasant. All right. What are the keys that I have for container? I have description. Ironwood box. And then I have container open. False. Oh, 100 bits from Gadam? Thank you. Thank you, Gadam. Get off my damn lawn. How did you format that comment? I used a plugin to VS Code called Formatter, I think. No, not Formatter. It's here somewhere. I'll find it. Rewrap. Yes. I use a tool called Rewrap. You just put the cursor anywhere on the line and you hit... Hold on. Dog's barking. Sorry for the dog barking. You put the cursor anywhere on the line and you hit the... I have a Alt-Q setup, and it'll automatically do that. It's pretty cool. It's the center. I get it, Mr. Balrog, yeah. Hey there, K1. Could I explain how JSON works? Sure. There's a nifty site that you can go to read more about it. And I'm going to pull that site up right now and show you. Introducing JSON. It's just a way to format data. So fundamentally, here, let's zoom this to the correct level. Fundamentally, JSON is one of these things. It's either a string, a number, true, false, null, or one of the complicated ones, which are object and array. So most of the time, at the very top level of JSON, people use object. What object is it lets you have several things inside a container. So here's a JSON object. It begins with a curly brace and ends with an end curly brace. And everything in it is a key and a value. The key is always a string. A value can be another one of these values. So that's how you can nest them. So, and the syntax for object is shown up here. Curly brace, and then you have a string, and then a colon, and then a value, and then you have more of them with commas, and then at the end you have a curly brace. And then the other complicated thing in JSON is the array, where if you have a square bracket, then you just have a value, comma, value, comma, value, and then an end square bracket. The cool thing about JSON is these inner nested values can themselves be other objects and other arrays, as well as strings, numbers, true, false, and null. So that's why you can get pretty complicated looking compositions here, right? So this one here is in a object with the key of M, which is itself the value for the C key in this larger object here, which is itself a value in an array, and that array is a value in another object with the key of caps, which is itself in an object with the key of components, which is itself an object with another key of components, which is itself inside of the top object. So it can nest incredibly deep, and it's very flexible. So you can mix, for these values, you can mix integers with strings and decimal numbers and stuff like that. So what's a more complicated one? Player, I guess. So here I have like a mixture of, let's hide this. I have a mixture of floating point numbers and integers and nulls and strings. Actually, why is that a string false and not the Boolean false? Anyway, it gives you a very, very flexible open-ended data structure description. Are you wrapping at 80 characters? Yeah, I'm old enough to enjoy wrapping at 80 characters, yes. I forgot to wave to Mr. Balrog, too. Hi. Yeah, I try to stick... Once I set coding styles and conventions for myself, I tend to stick to them. Some of my coding conventions and styles date back to the 1980s. If 80 was good in the 80s, it's good enough for me. Yeah, so a JSON object is like a dictionary, a map, that kind of a thing. Anything where you have keys and values. One restriction which kind of pains me from time to time is that in an object in JSON, the keys have to be strings. So in a language like Lua, the equivalent of this is called a table in Lua, and the keys could be any type. They don't have to be strings. They could be integers. They could be other tables. So it's Lua is a little bit more flexible than JSON, but as long as you're okay with this, with the keys being strings, then you'll be fine with JSON. When you use JSON, I think the best... There are two use cases for JSON. For small-scale data storage, so that's what I've been using it for. But my game now is getting so big that the JSON state for the game is over 10,000 lines, and it takes too long to read it in and to write it back out. The other use case I've seen for JSON is for messages between computers, between programs on the internet. So if you look up the Discord API, or if you look up the Twitch pub sub, they both use JSON for the messaging between client and server. So yeah, check it out. We're going to look up Twitch pub sub, right? And we're going to, like, let's say we're going to make our own application that uses Twitch pub sub. What's one of the first things they talk about? JSON messages. Ooh, there you go. So a simple JSON message here, when you want to ping Twitch pub sub, is an object which has a single key value, and the value is a string ping. And then you receive pong back from the server, right? And then they have more complicated examples here. When you want to listen to a topic on Twitch pub sub, here is an object which has 3 keys, and 2 of them are strings. The 2 of the values are strings, and the third one is an object, which then it's nested, right? That means it has its own keys and values, and this value is an array of strings, or array, and it has one element there with the string. So you can see how it's pretty compact and flexible, and they use it. They use it for Twitch, they use it for Discord, they use it for a lot of things. But I really like this JSON.org because if you're a visual learner, you can walk through these paths and say, oh, okay, yeah, I see it begins with a brace, and then there's some white space, there's a string always, and then a colon, and then a value, and then you might end, or you might have a comma, and then you back up here again, right? See, if you walk through this and think about it in your mind, walking through these paths, it kind of makes sense, the syntax. String is complicated because you have a lot of things you can escape, but normally you go through this this path where you don't have any escape characters. And the zoom level is really weird. I can't zoom that out. There we go. So numbers, that should make sense, right? You can have a bunch of digits and then a decimal point and then more digits, and then you might have a E plus or minus some more digits. That's how numbers are represented, right? You know what's weird is when I zoom out, it makes the picture bigger, and if I zoom in, it makes the picture smaller. It's a weird... The zooming on this website is really weird. I think it's because they're looking at the window size. Yeah, look at that. It's weird. Hey there, Schwareagle. You can always create additions to your own parsers except more than strings for keys. Yeah, that'd be an extension to JSON, wouldn't it? Welcome to responsive web design, yeah. Yeah, the JSON, though, is sort of a trap. If your data gets too big like mine, then JSON becomes a hindrance, a burden. So I'm going to keep JSON for the overall top-level game snapshot, but these components have to go into a database. That's going to be the bulk of the data. Probably also players, too. Because it's what, 400 lines there? Everything else small enough to fit into JSON. We'll just leave it there. All right. I was going to do container, wasn't I? Okay. War Eagle got a sub from Gadam. Thank you again, Gadam. War Eagle, you now are subscribed for 2 months in a row. Thanks to Gadam. Okay, this is where I was, right? I have this, and then I needed to add the items. Key, container, inventory, which is a JSON array of stuff, right? So let's have like 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8. Why not, right? Okay, and then what's the statement we're going to build to select this data out? It needs to be 2 different statements, right? We're going to want to get these 2 with 1 statement and this one with a 3rd. Unless I'm clever enough to do a join. I'm not going to do that. Okay, so we'll just do the description and open from container where entity is 42. And then I should get ironwood box as a string const char star if I ask for it as a text. And then the second column is false, so expect false. If I cast a bool, this one is a boolean. All right, so that's one level. The second level we're going to expect is if we select let me think of this right. Inventory, no. Index and item from container inventory, where entity is 42, right? And this is not going to be a primary key anymore because it's going to be a one-to-many relationship. And then we should also order by index. I believe that's what I want. So then we'll have to step 5 times, right? So I think what I want is to put these into a array. How would I do this? Just repeat it down here. So for, well, static const vector of ints expected items equal, we'll just put it in there, right? And then we'll just do for const auto expected item in expected items. I can't type right now. I don't know why. There. You have to go to class, but other day you'll continue watching. Oh, see you later, Kay. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so for every item, we're going to expect that we're not done and that we get one thing out, right? So let's move that into there. And there will be 2 columns, right? So column 1 will be the index. So let's prepare that. Int index starting at 0 and then advancing every step. So we're going to expect the index for if we cast to int the first column as an integer. Okay, and then the second one should be expected item. There we go. And then when we get to the end of the list, I'm reusing this select results, aren't I? Let's just define it up there once, and then I can just reuse it there. Okay, and then at the end, it should not be an error, and it should be done. And we can use expect at this last level, right? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to want this elaborate check down at the bottom, aren't I? Right here. Okay, so if... Well, let's copy the select... hold on. I got the whole thing, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay, so then it's the container itself I need to copy down here. Right there. And here. So let's rename it to be Sandalwood. And let's remove an item from it. And let's add another slot at the end, which has 13 in it. And maybe change a reference here to... There we go. So I made a few changes here, just to make sure that the changes get made correctly. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Okay, so the description should be Sandalwood. And then now we have these values. How do I do that now? Do I have direct comparison for database values? Value... I do. I should just use that, shouldn't I? Yeah, instead of int, let's make it database abstractions value. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we can do this. So here the expected ones are from here. Okay, and then I don't need to cast this at all. Right. Okay, cool. That should just build, right? The trick is going to be to implement this. I'm not looking forward to it. Okay. Yeah. So this is all going to... Well, hold on. I need to actually change... I need to put the schema in. Yeah, good luck. You're going to need it. You're going to need it. Good luck. Okay, so components. We have two tables to create, actually. So components has a description text, and it has an open Boolean, right? And then we have another table called component. It's not components. What am I talking about? It's container. Containers, container, right? Yeah, container and container inventory. And here it's not a key. It's just an integer. And then we have index, which is also an integer. And we have item, which is an integer. Hey there, APX Plays. I'm doing well. How are you doing? I'm trying to fit into a database schema information from my game's state, which is right now in JSON. And for example, the test item I was playing around with, not item, it was container, right? Container, I think it was the fourth container. Yeah. So here's an example of a box container in my game, and the container has 4 items inside, which are references to items, right? So how to store this in a database, I'm planning to use this kind of schema where there are 2 tables here. One table has the description and the open fields from the original JSON, and this is the primary key, is the entity number. And the second one is a one-to-many table going from the container and slot index to the item inside. So that's represents this data. So in other words, instead of 1 row, this is actually 5 rows. 4 rows in one table and 1 row in another table. So hopefully that makes sense what I'm trying to do. The test for that looks like this, where if we create a component that has the the old JSON structure, that when that the data gets stored in the database such that if we select with these two statements, we get back out. In the first, we get the description and the open flag, and in the second one, we get the actual items out. But this one, we have to step in a loop because each row is one item. So I have the test set up, and now I need to go write the code. Actually, first I need to make sure that the tests actually run without crashing. Run that. Okay, the create has a syntax error in it. All right, where's my syntax error? Oh, there's missing commas. That's probably what it is. Index, there's a syntax error near the word index. I guess index is a reserved word. So hold on, let's do a slot instead of index. So if I make it slot there, I need to make it slot in these places here, right? Slot. Might as well just name the variable slot as well. And then the other test as well. Slot. Oh, I missed an index. It was the order by index. There we go. Build that. Index is indeed reserved. There are very few reserved words in SQLite, but that's apparently one of them. Cool. So no syntax error. We just don't get the results back because I haven't written the code to actually do the create or the update yet. So that's where now I get to tackle that fun part. All right, so this is where I specify the columns. I think we'll use this for the first level stuff. So container goes here, and it's going to have in it description and open. And then I have to have a mapping here for mapping field names. So container description maps to key container description, and then open maps to key container open. And I think that's as far as I can get with this. For the items, it's another table that I have no helper code for. How am I going to do this? Actually, I think I have an idea. I can have just yet another table. Yeah. Yet another table. When in doubt, add another table. This will be an unordered map from component type to... What do I need for it? Let me just type the shape that I want. So I want the shape of container. Yeah, the component type. I actually think I want a structure, now that I think about it. So some kind of structure. Is the right word association? Association. Or, how about array? Component array? Component array table. Info. One of these. There. And I'm going to call it, let's call it actually array element table info, and we'll call this component arrays. Component array elements. There we go. I like that. Relation? Yeah, maybe. This is really just, I want to have it describe what are the array elements of the different components. So container has an array element in it. We'll have more than one though. This might need to be a vector. Actually, let's make it a map, and the key could be the name of the table. There we go. Unordered map from string to array element table info. So container would map to the inner map would be container items. That's what I picked, right, in the test? No, container inventory. Right. And then that needs to map to one of these guys. So what do I need there? I need to know that the what is it called? What do I call it in the code back? Need to remove these old bookmarks. Okay, it was JSON to DB, right? Composite key, that's what I called it. Composite key. So basically the key to find it. So that would be for this one it's key container inventory, right? So it's a single level items. Right. And then what else do I need to know? Maybe that's it. I have a feeling that I'll need more information later for some of the more complicated array elements. Actually, didn't I decide to give the column special names? Item and slot. So maybe I want to give those names here, like index name. What if I just always call it slot? Then I don't need that. And then I would want this one to be specific, right? Or I can make this one generic. Element, maybe? Element sounds okay to me. So yeah, if I make it element. Can I make this more generic instead of expected items as expected elements? And I should also just make this database abstractions value. And then not have to cast that. Expected element. Right, okay. Okay. That needs to go in two places, doesn't it? It needs to go right there. Cool. All right. Slot element. So then I don't really need anything here. So maybe I don't need a structure. Maybe it's just strings here for these. Yeah, okay, we'll keep it simple. No structure, it's just a string. And that means that that goes there and I'm done with that. That goes away. So for every component type, which tables map to which arrays? Yeah. Okay, so then I just need to add handling for this. So this will actually build and get partially to work, right? It's just, it won't persist the actual inventory yet until I use that table. I want to see that actually work partially. Nope, I got an exception. Wonder where the exception is. Let's run it and see. Remove my breakpoints. Go to the exception point. There it is. So the prepared statement's wrong? Oh, the prepared statement's empty. Oh, because the schema doesn't match. This is not the name of it, so I need to update that. It's element. There. Try again. Really? Oh, it got past the first set in, right. So it actually is storing the description and the open flag correctly. It's just not storing the inventory correctly. Good. So, I need to find where we're actually doing this work. Yeah, it's an execute create statement, isn't it? Yeah, so here... I need to have another prepared statement for its array elements, I guess. Hey there, Dat Mayolane. How are you doing today? Okay. Mayo is okay. I'm pretty good. Did your name used to be different? We can no longer look up username history because Twitch doesn't let us do that anymore. So I don't know what your name might have been. I might be just getting confused. So when people change their names on Twitch now, sometimes I lose track of who they were. Endless Soccer. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, it's sort of it's a problem now. We can't look up username history because Twitch doesn't want us to do that anymore. They shut down Commander Root's tool, so we can't look up who people were named before. And so sometimes you could change your name, and then like people like, who are you? And you have to say, well, I used to be named this, and like they're like, oh, okay, that's who you are. Okay, the right now I'm doing the database stuff in 2 lines, right? We're constructing a statement if we don't have it, and then we're executing it. I think what I need is a loop. Okay, let me just code the loop. Well, the loop is going to have to use another level of prepared statements, right? So there'll need to be another prepared statement to create rows in every array element of the component. My project's going okay. It's a long project. We're past the 1-year milestone. The game is functioning, but the way it stores its data right now is very inefficient. It looks like... I can do this quickly. It looks like this, where it's even in the test environment, it's like over 10,000 lines of JSON. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to move the bulk of it, which is the entity component system data, into a database along the lines of every type of component is 1 or more tables. And right now I'm tackling the container component type. So for example, a box that has items in it. This I have fit into the schema here, where it's going to be 2 tables, one to hold the description and the open flag here, and then another table which is a, what are we calling it? A relation table? So relating a container and a slot to an element. So this would be 4 rows in one table, and then the rest of it would be 1 row in the top level table. By the way, you run tests with SQLite open in memory? No, they're on disk actually. It's fast enough. The file system is fast enough for these little tests and little databases. SQLite creates and destroys many databases whenever I run the unit test. I guess they could be in memory, but then I'd have to deal with having an in-memory mode for the database abstraction, and that was more work than that I was willing to do at the time. Why not switch to in-memory mode? It would just speed it up. It's not slow enough right now in testing. It's fast enough. So I can just, I click it. It takes what? 616 milliseconds. It's fast enough for me, right? Now, if it gets to where I have so many of these that I'm waiting hours for it to run, yeah, I'll probably move to in-memory. It is supported, but I have to open it differently. And there was another problem. I forget what it was, but we were trying to use in-memory databases, and like there are other caveats with it. I think it was that I couldn't just close the database and open it again and read it back. I'd have to serialize it first or something like that, and then deserialize it with the backup API. Yeah. Uh-huh. Where's the round part of the disk? It's a virtual round disk. It's actually all on a flash chip now, right? And my NVMe solid state drive. When you think about it, like the word drive originates from when we used to call it a disk drive, and it was that it drove the spinning platter and the arm that would go and read or write the information magnetically on the spinning disk. So the fact that we still use the word drive dates back to where you actually had to drive a motor to spin the platter, and we don't have any platter anymore, right? It's all in flash memory. Yeah, I got it on tape. Exactly. It's not tape anymore. This is the problem with language, right? The language can't keep up. Technology advances more quickly than human language does. All right. Yeah, I guess what I'm going to end up doing is making a map here at this level. Unordered map from, I think I'm going to represent each array as its table name, and then here we have to have the prepared statement. So this is create array element. Okay. So then back over here, yeah, I'm just going to have a loop here. So const auto, what did I name the thing? I named it component array elements. So this is component array elements entry equals component array elements find the component type. If that entry is not equal to that end, then we're dealing with array elements, right? And it's just type, not component type. Hey there, Mamba Dev. How are you doing today? Solid state drive is an oxymoron. It is sort of, because you're not having to drive a motor with solid. So I think some people just call it solid state storage. And that's more correct. Or solid state memory. Well, but that could be confused with random access memory. That's the other thing. Why do we call it RAM? The reason why we call it RAM is because there was another kind of memory which wasn't random access. It was sequential access memory. But we don't use sequential access memory in computers anymore. So why do we still call it random access memory? Why don't we just call it memory? M, not RAM. I don't know. Language doesn't keep up. Okay, so if we have component array elements, then when we're creating a component, we're basically going to loop through the array and right, so we need to construct it. Construct create statement, and here this, what am I going to do here? Right, I need to make an entry, don't I? For everything in the loop. Right, I need to loop through this. So this has to have a for const auto. What? I'm struggling with names. What's a name for this inner map? I guess it's table? Array table? In this second. And let's give names here so I don't go completely insane. this is table name is array table at first, right? And then the second thing in that, or the values here were, oh right, it was composite key, right? Composite key is array table second. Okay. Construct create statement. Okay, so using the table name, I need to get a key. So and thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Okay, so let me know if you have any questions. I'll stop my work again and try to answer them. I don't mind. I try to, my goal is sort of 50-50, 50% work, 50% interacting with chat. So sometimes it's 75-25, sometimes it's 25-75. I don't really mind that much. Goddamn is gifting another sub to that mailing. Thank you, Goddamn. Congratulations, that mailing. Goddamn is just like giving away so many gifted subs. It's crazy. You have questions, but you do not know how to properly ask them. When you think of a good way to ask it, even if I'm not streaming, you can always just send me a message in Discord. And I still owe you a video on, what was it? I can't even remember now. My mind is drawing a blank. That's why I have notes. Sockets, yes. That's in here, right? Sockets. Oh, maybe not. Did I put that in a to-do list instead? Ooh. Oops, I didn't mean to edit that. Socket. Oh, yeah. I captured it here. Wow, it's been 12 days. I should... Probably what I'll do is I'll start planning that and working on that this weekend. Or maybe tomorrow. I'll do some of the planning tomorrow. The Berkeley type. The WinSock is a derivative of the Berkeley type, though. I can show you the differences. That's probably would be worth including in the video, right? Differences between BSD sockets and WinSock. Because there aren't very many differences. You can actually make a lot of it common just by using some clever macros. In fact, that's what I did in my what was it? Network connection Win32. Yeah, using some clever macros. Oh no, I guess I didn't do that here. Maybe I did it in the tests for it. I think I might have done it in the tests. Yeah. Yeah. Here are my clever macros to make WinSock and BSD sockets look the same. You just have different includes, and you have slight differences in what a socket address looks like. And I just did stuff like pound define for BSD. I just made socket an int and close socket close, and then they're one-to-one. They match exactly. So I should include that in the video. But yeah, I owe you that video, don't I? Working on that soon. Okay, so create array element equals store entry dot create array element index table name. Right, and then we're going to construct it. And is this what I want, actually? No, I don't want this. So let's have a special helper for this. Construct create array element statement. Okay, and then I think we just need the table name, right? Everything is common between these tables. It's just the table name differs. These are all... It'll be common schema for all these tables, just the table name will be different. I think. This will at least get me partially there. Okay. After we create it, then I need to execute it. Execute. Oh, we need to do this in a loop too. Right, so for size t is, we need to get access to the original array too. That was with const auto encoded array. I had that helper, right? It was descend. What did I name it? It wasn't descend tree. It was called descend tree for a while, but what was it? Get from object using composite key, that's what it was. Get from object using composite key, and then the root is component, and the path is composite key. So that gets us access to the items in the inventory, right? And how come it didn't like that? Isn't that a string? And it doesn't like a string? What is it? What's wrong here? Qualifier is dropped in binding reference of type string reference to initializer const string. Really? Oh. Why did I do that? That means the path is mutable. I don't want to do. Let me fix this one. This should ought to be a this should be a const path and then a size t offset, path offset. Because what I want to do here is find from an offset, path offset, and we should initialize that to 0, and then I want to return root dot substring path offset. Oh, wait a minute. It's path dot substring path offset there, and then here it's path offset instead of 0. I think. I need to check something. So how does substring work? C++ substring. It's a count length. It's not, so I don't need to add that to position offset. Okay. So here it's I don't want to do that. I just want to, when I make the recursive call here, it's path comma and then it's delimiter +1. Then I don't need to mutate path. There we go. Cool. I fixed it so that I can take a constant reference. And now that's okay. Okay, cool. So then for I equals 0, I is less than encoded array get size ++ I, we're going to execute the create array element statement. It's quite an impressive name. And there's the prepared statement, and then the values that matter, right? So it's, oh, what is it going to be? The element, the entity. Get to another sub, this time to Reek of Regins. Thank you again, Goddamn. BSD sockets and WinSocket are very similar, and you can extract away most of the difference with the little if-def soup. Yeah, that's exactly what I did in my test framework. I didn't bother to do the if-def soup in the actual code that I implemented, just because I tried to avoid that kind of thing. But in the tests, I broke down and did that. It's been 12 days, big same. Yeah, it's like when you write down that I should do something soon, and then 12 days later, I'm like, oh, I haven't done that yet. I need the entity, I need the index, and I need the element. So that's encoded array I. All right. I think I just need to implement these two. So let's go to where I have this and just add another. Oh, right. That has a declaration here. So we're going to do the same thing, only it's next level stuff. Create array element statement. And its table name. Yes. Okay. And then the other thing I need is execute create array element statement. And that takes the create array element statement. And it takes the entity, index, and do I want it? Is it always going to be an integer? No, it could be nulled. So it's going to be a constant JSON value element. There we go. All right, so I need these implemented now. We should be okay here. I just need them implemented. Okay, I split it up between the two. And let's. No, I wanted to order. I wanted ordered. Actually, I wanted ordered alphabetically. If I can, so I should put those first. Actually. Let's do the construct first. All right. I'm gonna just cheat and copy most of this as is and just adjust it. Okay. Right, so if we don't have a database or we already have constructed the statement, we don't need to do anything. Otherwise, actually, I don't need to do any of this stuff at all, do I? I'm just going to go straight to building it. It's going to be insert into the table name e comma slot comma element values enter 3 values, right? Yeah. So we only have one thing that varies per statement in the specification, and then we have 3 things that vary when we execute for the binding. So that goes there. Error building create array element statement there. So that's it. Next stuff, the actual execution of it, which was here. Put that above this one, so it goes there. All right, and then put the class name in front. I'm going to do the same kind of stuff, which is to be lazy and copy something similar and then change it. So right, if we don't have a statement, we can't execute it. Otherwise, yeah, I don't need this stuff. We don't need to, I still need to bind the statement. I mean, I still need to reset and I need to bind, but I'm binding 3 things, right? The entity, the index, and then the element, which we need to convert from JSON. So JSON to DB. Component is element. Component type. Oh. I don't need it to do that extra lookup thing, do I? Yes, so it used to just take it used to just take that, right? So what if I have an overload of it that just takes it and just does this the inner part only? What am I getting a text for now? Oh, wonderful. Nice. So we don't need to bind any more parameters. We just need to step it. And if there's an error, we're going to say so. Okay, we don't... Oh, right. I want the table name... Where is it? I want the table name argument for the diagnostics. I guess we'll put that second here. Okay, and then that table name just goes here. Executing create array element statement. Okay, so then I'm adding a parameter, so let's put that there. And then when I call it, I need to, that second parameter needs to be filled in. So that is table name. Okay. I mean, this isn't too bad. I guess I will make another helper, though, for it, right? Maybe not yet. Maybe later. Maybe in not too much later. Okay, but this depended on an overload to JSON to DB, so I need to have an overload of this. Actually, this is the comments for the overload, so let me copy this. Paste. And this, the internal one that just takes a JSON object, is just the inner part, right? And then this is the outer one, which is descending a component using a composite key. So convert the value extracted from the given component using the given composite key from JSON to database data. Okay, and so then it's component. This is the object containing the value to convert from JSON. Component type. Oh, it's actually a column description. Okay, so it's not a composite. The composite key is not given. Convert the value extracted from the given component. Convert the value extracted from the given component. No, let's rewrite this. Extract the data for the given column, database column, extract the data to be stored in the database table for the given component. Extract the data to be stored in the database in the given column of the database table for the given component from convert it from JSON to database data. There we go. Extract the data to be stored in the given column of the database table for the given component and convert it from JSON to database data. So the keywords here are column component. Column component, right? This is the object containing the value component type. This is the type of the component containing the data. Column. This is the database column whose value is needed from the JSON. All right. So it's really just that plus returning the inner JSON to DB. So JSON. So in one case we have to actually extract it using the composite key. In the other case we already have it and we just need to convert it. So that ought to work now. Let's see if it works. No idea if it's going to work. So that's create. The tricky thing is going to be update because the brute force way would be to just to overwrite all the rows, like basically just drop all the old rows for the array and then insert them all again. The more clever way would be to compare the array before and after, and then I have to separate it into two things, right? Which rows to delete, which rows to insert, and then which rows to update. So we delete rows if the array gets shorter, smaller. If we insert rows if the table gets longer, and we update rows if the contents of an element changed. So that's not too bad. And I covered them all in that test, right? So in this set one. I have it change. Actually, I'm not testing remove. I'm only testing insert. We're inserting the 13, right? And then we're updating the 1 to the 3, and we're updating this 3 to null. So maybe I need to have another test where we're removing something or removing a slot. Yeah, let's have another test. So this is set entity component type add slot. Or, yeah, add slot. And then we'll have another test where we actually remove a slot. Remove slot. So here we'll just go, I'll keep it simple. We'll just have it go 1, 2, 3, 5. And not change anything else. Right. So I don't actually care about checking this because it didn't change. Yeah, the other test would have covered that anyway. So this is the only one I really care about. Is that I should get 1, 2, 3, 5. And that's it, right? Ooh. This one relied on this type already being known, so let's just define it up here. Select results. And that's database abstractions. Okay, I like that. Trying to cover all my bases here. So, oh, the crate passed. Yay. Cool. So the inserts worked. Now we need to do the updates and the removes and the inserts on set. Okay, cool. Good. But you see, it comes at a price, though, right? I have this extra blob of code. I could button it up into a helper function, which I'm... Well, but... okay. Except for that, this is not going to be the same in update that it is for create. So the only point in buttoning up would be to make this function not so long. I should still do it for that reason, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's do it. So I'm going to take this and give it a name. What are we going to name that thing? Components, impl, what? And what are its arguments? That's the body. I guess this is... create array elements. Create array elements, right? Yeah. And then it needs the type. Const standard string type. What else? It needs the store entry. It only needs a store entry for that element thing. So I can, oh, wait a minute, no, but, yeah. Why don't we just pass the whole store entry? What type is the store entry? Oh, okay. We already have a type. It's called store entry. So, it would be auto because we're modifying it, right? And then, wait a minute, I can't do that. What am I doing? Store entry. Okay, what else do I need? Impl goes away, right? I need the component. So const JSON value component. And I need the entity number. Int entity. It's more, the helper function is just giving a name for this block of code so that instead of having the block of code here, I just call it like this. Create, what did I call it? Create array elements. And then just pass the same arguments, right? Entity, component, type, store. Entity, component, type, and then store entry. And then I can just drop all this code here. So it's just basically one-liner. So it's easier to read. So we're just like, okay, we're constructing the create statement, we're executing it, and then we're also creating any array elements that the component has. So this won't work until I declare that in the header file. So I'm going to do that. Create this right here. Put it in alphabetical order. Create, so that would go here. Like so. Okay, and then I'm going to move it to its correct position. So Control X, click to that guy and put it right above him. There, now permanent home. So, and also the name kind of helps like imply what it actually does. It's like, okay, we're creating the component, the main part of the component, and here we're creating its array elements. And if you look in here, it's like, well, we're only really creating elements if it has any. If it has any array elements, then for every table we need to work on, we're extracting the data out of it and then adding rows for it, for everything. So I'm going to probably want to have a similar thing for the update, right? Let me make sure that I didn't break anything, though. And VS Code just froze. How long do you think it'll be frozen this time? Should I stretch while it's frozen? My VS Code is totally... Oh, there it goes. That was a good, like, 10-second freeze. Run it, just to make sure I didn't break anything. Okay, good. Time to stretch. Yeah, I should take a break. When I come back from the break, I'll do the set. Let me get the prototype in, though. So for this create, I basically want an update equivalent of that. Right, we have these here. Actually, they're not in order, are they? I need to fix the order. Yeah, instead of create, it's going to be update. And that means I'm going to want to pass the previous value and then the new value, right? Previous component and then next component? Or component... How about just old and new? Old component, new component. So there's its prototype. We'll put the placeholder for the code, then I'll go on break and I'll implement it. Actually, we'll not just put the placeholder here. Now I'm going to call it in set entity this guy. Right, so here it's going to be that. The entity. The old component, which is... isn't it going to be just components entry index entity, I think? No, components entry second entity. And then the new component, which is just component, and then the type, which is type, and then store entry, which is store entry. Okay, so then I didn't like that. What didn't like about that one? Oh, that should be second, right? No, wait, hold on. It's a reference to a store. Okay, so it would be second. Cool, okay. So I'll implement this after I take a break. Right now it should not break. It should not have any compiler errors, and it shouldn't break my 3 passing tests. It should only... Yeah, okay, cool. So I'll implement this after I take a break. Let me take like 3 minutes. So if you've been sitting like I have for, how long has it been? 2 hours and 19 minutes? Yeah. It's probably a good time to get up, use the restroom, get something to drink, all that stuff. I find myself more and more using the same speech that Failed to Survive uses when he takes a break. You gonna totally stretch now? Yeah. So 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Never start a pillow fight with death unless you're sure you can handle the repercussions. Okay, so on the plus side, I got up and stretched and moved around and stuff. On the minus side, there was a cardboard box of Krispy Kreme donuts, and I happened to pick up one and eat it. So one of the donuts, that is, not the box. So good and bad, I guess. You have, calorie-wise, I have set myself back a little bit. The calories I burned by getting up and stretching were then overwhelmed by the extra calories from the Krispy Kreme donut. Save you donut, they're on my table. Thank you for the bits, Goddamn. You didn't take the whole box? Yeah, at least I didn't eat. I didn't have enough time to eat the whole box. Were they at least the jelly-filled? Yeah, it was the cream-filled one. There were cream-filled ones, and then there were the ones with the holes in them. Hey there, Mud Ribbit. Yeah, so it's sort of bad that you get up to exercise and then you end up eating a donut, isn't it? All right, I'm going to implement this. If you're around donuts, you turn into Homer? Yeah, it's too tempting. Okay, I think for update, I'm going to have it start with the same logic I had for create. Was that here? No. This one, I think. Yes. Oh, and Visual Studio Code is locking up again. I wonder if that means I should just restart the thing. It's just frozen. I can't move. There's no... Oh, there it goes. It woke up again. Let's have it reload while we can. Who knows what's locking it up? Alright. Hopefully it doesn't lock up again. Update. Here we go. Paste. You just got a network error from Twitch? I didn't drop any frames. So, I don't think it's on my end. Twitch being Twitch, I'm sure. Okay, so if, again, we have... Oh, it just froze again. I can't work with VS Code if it's going to lock up like this and make me stare at my code for 10 seconds. I could just contemplate life while I'm waiting for VS Code to unfreeze. Okay, it's back. I wonder if it's when I'm mousing over one of these things. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. It really didn't like me mousing over component array elements entry. It really doesn't like me mousing over that. Yep, whenever I mouse over that, it locks up. I wonder if I need to, like, dump its cache for IntelliSense. I think I'm going to do that because this is really annoying. So I am going to close the folder. No. While it's closed, I'm going to wipe out the workspace storage. And... oh, I have to close this completely? Okay, fine. Try again. Okay, it's all wiped out. And then there was another cache folder, wasn't there? Yep, I'm going to wipe out the IPCH folders. Permanently. Probably save a lot of storage space by deleting it too. It's taking a long time to delete them. Is this a good thing? I should have some poetry prepared for when that happens. Maybe I should just be playing some Minesweeper instead. That's what Fail to Survive does. Okay, so there might be a little bit of lag while it reconstructs the IntelliSense database from this. Yeah, it doesn't even remember what file I was in now. So I was in components CPP. Yeah, so it's rebuilding. It's, you saw a weird blue squiggly line before, right? Because it was rebuilding that. Okay. Hopefully we don't have any big lockup now when I mouse over that. It's not ready to... Oh, no, it's locking up again. Why, IntelliSense? Time to revert VS Code back a few versions? That's what I've done in the past whenever I run into this problem. All right. Let's try that. Let us revert back. I gotta wait for it to unlock first, though. Okay, it's unlocked. Let's not look at the code that will lock it up anymore. Check for updates didn't do it, right? Okay, it's downloading. Actually, there is an update. We'll try the latest. It's downloading an update right now. When will it be done downloading an update? Restart the update. Here we go. We're going to try to see if the update fixes it. Now there's a window preparing to install that I can't move. And it's got this blue rotating circle. There it is. Yes, update it. Reporters at the VS Code team. Who knows? It could be VS Code. It could be the CPP tools. Yeah, who knows what it is. But it shouldn't take like 10 seconds. Well, we're now on the April 2020 update. And let's see if it's better. If it's worse, we'll go back. Well, it's not freezing anymore. Maybe they fixed something. When do monkeys fall from the sky? When I get bored, I throw them down from the sky. Okay, it's not locking up anymore. Maybe it was a bug they fixed. Who knows? Let's just keep working. I'm not here to debug VS Code. April showers? Okay. You're kind of stretching there. Okay, I need another kind of statement, don't I? This one modifies create array element. I need another one for update array element. Oh, and I need to do delete also, don't I? Yeah, I think the delete unit test is not good enough the way it is. This should be update array element. Okay, and then we need a delete array element at the same time, don't we? Delete array element. We should just construct all three at once, shouldn't we? Yeah. What if I, let me think about this. Yeah, I think we should just construct them all at once. So, this construct create array element statement. It should be in two files. Let's name it construct array element statements. Replace. Let's have it construct all three of them. So I'll need three, won't I? Create, update, delete, and we'll probably add retrieve later. Right now we're just doing writes to the database. We're not reading from it. Delete. So go to where that's declared, and it won't help me because I have changed the formal definition of it. So I'm going to use the find in all files to fix that situation there. So we have create, we have update, we have delete. All right, and then we only have to look at one of them to see it's not constructed. So We're going to do this 3 times, aren't we? The second one is going to be the update. So that's... it's weird. I only need to type S and it knows which page I need to go to. It's eerie. So I want update, not upsert. Update. Update table name set. Okay, right. Update table name set. And then we're not setting the slot or the element, right? We're just setting element equals something. But then the where clause, it's going to be where e equals something and slot equals something, right? This is an update array element statement. Okay, and then the delete. Delete from table, right? Delete from table where, okay, delete from blank where element is something and slot is something else. Yes. Okay. That's delete. Cool. I think that's it. Right, so we make sure that the statements exist here. Oh, I need to have all 3 references now. Okay, so in both places. Yeah, so we need all 3. So I'm going to be using that one. That's why I gave it a name. The other ones I don't really care to use, right? So I can just say, look them up. Update array element table name. Delete array element table name. Sometimes that pop-up is just so annoying. Okay, here I need all 3 of them. So I'm going to get all 3 references out. Create, update, delete. And list them all here to make sure they all are created if they hadn't been created yet. Okay, and then I need to do this twice, right? So encoded old array is from the old component, and then we want the new array too. Encoded new array. So then we have to compare the sizes of the arrays, and if the new is larger than the old, we're inserting. If it's smaller than the old, then we're deleting. So we can handle the inserts and then deletes, and then at the end we can say, well, after we've accounted for the inserts and deletes, then we can do all the ones that are already in the database. We just do an update. So let's handle the inserts first. If we can get the sizes first, right? Const.auto old array size is encoded old array get size. And then new size is new size. If old array size, so let's do delete first. If the old array size is greater than new array size, then we're going to delete rows, right? So for size t is old arrays, new array size. I is less than old array size plus I. We're going to execute the oh, I need to make more functions for this, don't I? Execute delete array elements statement. It's going to need the delete array element, the table name for diagnostics, the entity, and then the index, right? So that doesn't exist yet. We'll have to make that one. I guess we can do, we're never inserting and deleting. We're either doing one or the other, right? If new array size is greater than old array size, we're inserting. So here it's like this only turned around the other way, right? It's from old array size up to new array size. It should be execute. It's actually this code here. Execute create array element statement. Table name and entity I, and then this is new encoded new array, right? Perfect. And then now we do the updates. And so here it's from 0 to the minimum of the two sizes, right? Old array size, new array size. And we're only going to execute it if the values are different. So might as well convert them both into database datum. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Let's just do a direct JSON comparison. If old encoded old array I is not equal to encoded new array I, then we're executing an update. And this is going to be the update array element, table name, entity I, and it's going to be the new array I. There we go. Have a good night, Romania Hate. Thank you for being here. And yes, C++, JLabel71. How are you doing? Okay, I need these functions. So let's go to where I declare all my functions. Maybe I should fix the order here. Let's execute like a construct array, construct create array. Execute, create array, execute. Okay, so this construct should come before and should go there, right? And let me go to the corresponding definition of that code and move that to where, to above this one. Paste, okay. Execute, okay, so this construct goes where? Construct delete would go there. Right, so go to where that's defined, cut out its implementation and put it above this one. Paste. There. Putting them in alphabetical order helps preserve my sanity. So delete should go before update, because D comes before U. So that just moved up one, right? Yeah. Okay, so the ones I'm missing. There it is. I don't need to compile to find it, looks like. Okay, let's declare the prototype for that. So that would go here, right? And it's going to be kind of like this prototype, only there is no element. Right? And then update. Update actually looks a lot like create. Execute, update, array element statement. Change the names to protect the innocent. This is delete array. Okay, so then prototypes are defined. So this should compile but not link, right? Compiling 101 things. At least it's not freezing again, so there was something weird going with VS Code, I guess, and updating it fixed it. Right, so it's just because it doesn't link because I haven't defined these yet. Alright, let's define them. Class name in front. And then the other one was this one. Right? Yeah. Right there. That goes there. So now it should link, but not work correctly. Let me make sure I didn't break anything, though. So I'll run my tests again. The tests we wanted to run were container here, right? These tests. Run those, please. Cool. So these first three still pass, which means I didn't break any of the old code by adding new code. Okay, delete should be pretty easy, right? Let me steal from create to form delete. Delete would be, we have to have the statement prepared. We reset the statement, and I don't remember the order of these. So let me put a bookmark and go back to where we do, this should be referenced somewhere else. Yeah. Here we go. So the delete, it was the entity and then the slot. Entity and then the slot, which is this index. Okay, so then no third parameter. We step it and then we see if there's an error. Perfect. Okay, and then I'm gonna do the same thing again for update. Update. Here's update, right? So update looks like this. So here the order is the element, and then the entity, and then the slot. So it's entity, slot, and then element is 0. And this is update statement. Done. If I'm really, really lucky, these will pass now. Nope. Okay, where did it fail? Oh, interesting. It deleted the container, I guess? Was that what this is telling me? Oh, the element number's not right. Shoot, how did that happen? Why is it 523 and not 42? How did that happen? Okay, I guess I'll need to fix that. 523, it is. 523. Yeah, I guess I mixed two elements of two different tests together when I did that, right? Yeah. Okay, run. Okay, I got a little further, but looks like the data is out of order. Did I get a column order problem here? Oh, is that telling me the update actually didn't happen? Yeah, it was still 1 when it should have been 3. Still 0. Oh, wait a minute. 0, 1, what? Oh, it's not ordering correctly. It should order by slot. Interesting. Okay, so slot should have been 1, but it was 0. No, we're on the wrong line. Oh, no, I'm just confused. That... Oh, right. So for the first loop, the value was wrong. For the second loop, the slot number was wrong. It's off by 1 or something. That's weird. Why would it be 0 on the second loop? Expected 1 got 0. I'm selecting the slot and I'm ordering by slot. So what's going on here? Yeah, I think it's just giving it to me out of order. Or something. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have this one dump the slot number. I can see that a little bit more clearly. All right, so for slot 0, it was 3. It should have been 3 and was 1. Then the slot index is wrong, which means this is probably going to be wrong. But if we were looking at the first slot, that is correct. Does that mean slot 0 is in there twice? I think that's what it's telling me. There's 2 entries for slot 0 for some reason. I wonder if I got the update, if I did the update wrong. Anyway, for a slot, so the third slot, it should have been null. Well, it's looking at the wrong slot. Yeah, these are all looking at the wrong slot. I think the slot, there are two slot zeros somehow. How is that possible? I suspect the update this one. For E is something and slot is something else, right? And then how do I execute update array element? That's the set, and that's the entity, and that's the slot, right? Maybe I have these out of order. Oh, could it be that that's a size T? Shouldn't matter. Should be a constructor for that. What if I just put a breakpoint here and run this? See what we get. It never got to that code? What? Hold on. It never executed an update. Oh, that's a problem. Did it do an insert and did I do an insert instead of an update? Okay, I guess we'll step through this and figure out what the heck I did wrong. Step through. All right. So I got the statements constructed. Here's the old, there's the new. The old size is 0, the new size is 6. Okay, so that's bad. Its old size should not be 0. It's null. Why is it null? Oh, wait a second. That's not right. Oh, we need to fetch the items out. Okay, I screwed this up. Yeah. It's looking at the overall... Yeah, okay, I did this wrong. Actually, no, it should have found it. Okay, yeah, I'm confused. Run it again. Yeah, that shouldn't be null. The composite keys items, the old component is null? What? Oh, we already found it by entity, so I don't reference by entity. Okay, yeah, this is wrong. It's just second then, right? Yeah. Yep. Okay, that was the bug. It's component entry second. The names are just bad. The names are confusing me, that's why it failed. Okay, now it's passing. And now the other one's passing. Cool, so that was the bug. Phew. Okay, checking it in. So it adds, it removes, and it updates array elements. So work in progress, migrating JSON to SQLite. So it is add container and container inventory tables. Add code to deal with creating, updating, and deleting elements of array fields of components. There we go. Push that. Why do most programmers use a dark theme while coding? Because light attracts bugs. I actually saw someone the other day using a light theme on a coding stream on Twitch, and I was kind of surprised. But yeah, that's a good one. I don't feel, I'm not in a humorous mood right now. I think this is sort of wearing on me. Hey there, Cthulhu, how are you doing? I'm getting tired. I wonder if it's that Krispy Kreme donut that's hitting me. So, in fact, I lost the buffer I had before because I had to restart Visual Studio Code. But let me collapse this again. Show you the data I'm working with. So we have caps, character, and container now, right? Test, source, EC test, caps, character, container. I'm skipping dialogue because it's really hard. You have it writing data now? Yeah, for I think 9 or 10 out of 22 component types, so about halfway there. But I did the easy half first, so I kept the hard stuff for last. So we have caps, character, container, door. Did I not do door yet? I didn't do door yet. Okay. Door is going to be complicated because of this nested object here that has certain semantics. I'm going to skip door for now. I'm looking for ones that like I can do with the code that I have now. We have goal and commands, right? We have globals. I have input. I don't have interact, but I could probably do interact next. Yeah, this is one where it only has one table actually. I don't actually need an overall table for interact. I just need one table. In fact, that'll solve this problem of redundancy, because that would just, well, actually, what would it do? Would it end up adding 3 rows? Yeah, because each one of these is a different index, isn't it? Actually, but I don't need this to be a sequence. This could just be a set. Let me handle interact differently then. I'll handle interact some other time. I did item, right? I did look. No, I didn't do look yet. It has its own test for something else. Look works like interact. I'll do that later. NPC maybe? NPC's complicated. Let's skip on that for now. NPC class also. Player is probably also complicated. Yeah, handle that later. Quest? Yeah. No. I'm looking for something I can handle now, today. Yeah, that's way too complicated. Trigger was complicated as no use. Am I down to the hard ones? I think I'm down to the hard ones, actually. Dang it. Diff, less, and more. Binary files differ. Is that because they're symbolic links and the contents of the symbolic links will be different because the names are different? Okay, I'm on the more difficult ones, but I really don't feel like doing this right now. Should I just do it anyway? Just power through? Let's handle one that isn't so terrible. Yeah, let's handle interact and look. No, they are different programs? I thought they were symbolically linked to each other nowadays. Oh, thank you, good damn. 100 biddies, thank you for the bits! I probably missed it, yeah. I saw why do you... I don't want to read all the jokes right now, if that's okay. Why do Linux users tend to be minimalistic? Less is more. Oh, I see. That's why T.S. Joss said, less is not more. Doesn't it depend on distro, though? Sometimes less is more. Interact. Let's do it. Let's pick... Oh, thank you for the follow. Let's pick container, since it's close, and call it interact. And then go to the makefile and add interact here to this list. Tell cmake to go ahead and reconfigure. All right, and then this is interact. Okay, this module contains the unit tests of the components class that have to do with persisting in an SQL database interaction links between entities. There, that's what we're going to say. Want to know the secret object-oriented programming? Sorry, it's classified. Oh, that's a bad one. Do I have any keys for interact? I don't think I do. So in the JSON, what does it look like? It's just, oh, because it's just an array. Okay, this one's going to take special handling then. Yeah, I really just need a pair. I need each row to be a pair of entities that are currently interacting with each other. I guess I would end up having two rows, right? A, B, B, A. You did Linux from scratch on an ancient laptop. Got everything set up extremely stable. Very happy with it. Gave it to an elderly family member. Well, it's a reuse. It's saving money, right? Yeah. I've done that once before too. A really old computer that really couldn't run any modern build of Windows, but I could put Linux on it. Just a minimalistic Linux. Yeah, save money that way. Like if all they need is to read their Facebook, you could probably just get an old build of Ubuntu with a decent web browser and you're good. And it uninstall a lot of bloat. They have minimalistic builds, forks of Ubuntu though, don't they? Like Raspbian for the Raspberry Pi. There's a minimalistic image for that. And it's like hardly anything is installed by default. I had to install almost all the things I needed off of the base image, which felt nice because I'm like, it didn't come with very much bloat. Takes longer than doing an LFS, yeah. They have Raspbian for desktop computers too? Oh, there you go. So that's an option. Start with the last Raspbian minimal for a desktop and just install the stuff that you actually need. Okay. I've been staring at interact long enough. So create component, there is no key. It's an array. So yeah, it's just an array of numbers. So here we go. 42 interacts with 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8. Fine. Right, so the prepared statement would be select other, I guess. What's a name for the relationship between two entities? One is interacting with the other. Target, I guess, or subject, or other, I don't know. Other? Select other. From interact where entity is 42. There we go. I like it. So then this will be a vector, won't it? So we expect to see those numbers, right? And there are no slots. We don't care about slots. Yes, we'll define a database abstractions step statement results select results. Step, make sure it's not done and we expect the expected element for the first column as an integer. Right, so there we're done. So then I want to have the same thing down for update. Here is, okay, we should, it's not slot, but it's add other, and then remove other. Actually, hold on. I don't need this because there's no ordering by slot anymore. In fact, this select shouldn't have an order by. Where was it? Oh, yeah, okay. It didn't have an order by to begin with. Okay, good. So then I don't need two versions of this test. I only need one. So I'm going to delete this other test. Okay, then again, interact is just an array. And we are going to change it in here in this act to test removal, and it's basically just going to be insertions and removals, right? We're never going to do an update. So we might remove 8 and add 9 instead, just as a simple test. Right? Yeah. So then it's again select other from interact where entity is 523. And we should have, oh wait, I should just copy from here. Get the entity number correct this time. 523. So 1, 2, 3, 5, and 9. Done. Free BSD installation has nothing in it. You select everything in the installer and then it builds everything exactly for your computer. How long does that take to build, though? I remember doing it a long time ago. But it's so long ago I don't remember. Indirect. Run that. Oh, right. I didn't make the shape. I didn't make the schema. And that is in common. Here. All my schemas here. So it would go here, right? Interact. And E is no longer a primary key. It's a many-to-many. There we go. Okay. To actually implement this, I have to be careful because we don't want it to actually do the primary table for a create component of type. We don't want it to, we don't want this to be done for this kind of table because it's an array, not an object. So can I just have this dump out early if we know that the component type doesn't exist? Oh yeah, it already does. Okay, perfect. So it'll look it up and it'll say there's no column specified, so it'll return early. And then it'll never execute it because there will be no statement for it. Perfect. So then, but we still want to do array elements, right? The way this works is it looks at component array elements. Oh, but this one is specific for slotted things. So I know what I'll do. I'll make a create set elements. Yeah. And I think I would want to name the actual column. Well, does it matter? How about I have create link elements? What am I going to name this thing? Create what elements? Or maybe just create array elements would handle it for me. Let me go back here. No, it's not an array. It's really a set. Let's call it array. Call it set elements. Okay, and then it works like similarly to array elements. Create set elements. Okay, except for what? I don't need a type. The type is that ends up being the column name, right? No, we're probably going to have a table for that. Okay, so then, yeah, it's going to work similarly to, it can create array elements. All right. Hope you don't mind, you guys, me talking to myself. I'm probably not giving you all the information because it's built on other things I've said and know. So it's kind of hard for someone new coming in. And, you know, sorry about that. But if you have any specific questions, let me know. I can pause and explain some stuff I'm doing. A lot of it's like really, really complicated details. And I try my best to split them up into different functions, but still, I'm no good in making clean code from scratch. So this is relying a lot on these tables that I have set up here for like the container component type will have a container inventory table whose contents are pulled from that field of the component. So do I want the similar? It won't be a key. Can I just use empty string? I think I can if I modify my code slightly. So if I have like component set elements, and I say for this interact, and I use the same string here, and I use an empty string. Let me see if I can get away with that. So then create set elements. It's going to go to component set instead of array. So component set elements. And this should be a set table. Table name, right. There's a composite key, but it's going to be an empty string for interact. So instead of create array element, it should be create set element. We'll just take the word array and replace it. Yeah, set. There we go. Do you ever use the solid principles? Sure I do. I try to. That is in my notebook. Under names? Design principles. Solid. There you go. Single responsibility, open, close. This one's the weak one. This just means if it acts like a dog, quacks like a duck, it is a duck, whatever. Interface segregation, I do this all the time. That's the pimple pattern. Dependency inversion, I do that too. That's where that actually goes hand in hand with interface segregation. Once you've separated something between its interface and its implementation, then filling an implementation where an interface is requested is the dependency inversion principle. Open close is harder to do. That's where you let things be extensible through plugins. Single responsibility is also a challenge for me. That's where I try to make every bit of code only have one thing that it does. So I think I do these ones pretty well. These ones, not so well. They're harder for me. And list-gov substitution is, between me and my friends and my mentors, we always would joke on this one. We think that they only came up with list-gov substitution because someone came up with SOLID and they were like in a room somewhere saying, we need a pattern that starts with L to make it fit with solid, because we like solid, but we need something that starts with L. And then they thought for about 10 minutes and someone said, oh, Liskov starts with L. Let's use Liskov substitution. Yeah, when you think about these are pretty heavy principles, and these are not so much, but still kind of heavy. But this one's sort of a joke. If anything, this is just restating interface segregation, right? They even say the word interface in here. They say interface, abstraction, designed by contract. That's the definition of an interface. So we've always joked that this is the useless one. It's redundant. It should just be SOID and drop the Liskov substitution. Not on a per line level. Currently learning it. Okay. Just you're allowed to have a private chuckle when they talk about Liskov substitution. Just remember, it's just a filler. It's basically just stating from a different point of view the interface segregation principle. And I guess dependency inversion. These two are highly correlated to each other, right? Because the reason why you do interface segregation is in order to do dependency inversion, right? The only way to not depend on lower level components is to segregate by interface in the first place. So, and then when they talk about concrete implementations, I mean, you can tell from the words, right? That, and these are, granted, they're my words, but they kind of relate to each other. Why are you migrating the JSON to the database? Because my game's JSON is tremendously huge right now. This is how big it is. Just in the test environment, and I haven't even written content yet. 10,000 lines plus. In the production environment, it takes over 10 seconds to read the game's state and about 5 seconds to write it. So I'm trying to move the bulk of it, which is in the entity component system, into the database. And a lot of it's because this is readily translatable into a relational database. So for example, this item here is some gold, right? Oh, I'm being rated by CM Griffin. Mr. Sir, you've rated me. Hello. I'm just explaining why I'm migrating my game's data to a database. So yeah, let me back up a little bit. The question was asked, why am I migrating my game state to a database from JSON? It's because my game state is a tremendous JSON object right now, which is becoming increasingly more overhead and CPU time to read and write the game state, which it has to do periodically when it rolls up its journal to consolidate it. So it's becoming an issue with performance. So the bulk of my game's state is in the entity component system. You can see here in the outline, components alone is over 10,000 lines out of 11,000, right? The entity component system is broken up by categories of components, and one of them is like item. So a bag of gold looks like this in the game. You can see how, if you've worked with databases, how you might translate this into a database row, where this is the entity primary key, and these are the columns, the non-key columns. So like the bag of money identified by entity 37031 is type money. It's gold. There are 230 of it out of 1,000. And so these individual ones would be columns, and overall this would be a row in a database. So it translates pretty smoothly. And I've gotten about half of the data written into the database now, and working on the other half. Have I considered protocol buffers? You know, it's interesting how often that question comes up. I think the last time that was asked was a few days ago. I have considered protocol buffers. I have my own version of protocol buffers, and I plan to use them whenever we deal with message exchange between server-client or server-server. As far as storing a database, I'm not going to use protocol buffers. I'm going to use SQL and let the database figure out how it stores its stuff. At least we're going to give that a try. If it's still not efficient enough, maybe I invent my own binary-based storage using something like protocol buffers. What protocol buffers allows you to do is very efficiently describe a message or a structure of data so that you can transmit it over a wire, so you can serialize it. So yeah, I've done that myself. Right now I'm using JSON for transmission just because it's easy to debug. So let me say some hellos. Obviously, hello to Mr. Sir, CM Griffin. Thank you for the raid. And we got Waka Works and Clayman. Hello, how are you doing? And Asiji RD MZ. shouted at the top of my lungs, hello. And then right before the raid, there was a squared. And going back a little bit, a mind forever voyaging. I like that name. Hello. I'm missing a few people from earlier. Let me find them in chat. I must have missed them. Hold on. At 12:29, Ahmed said hello. That was right after the raid. Hello. Oh, Gadam is gifting Clayman 666 a subscription. Thank you, Gadam. Hey, welcome, Clayman. Okay, and then Columbetco talked about solid. Right. Hello. I think I've caught up now. You've been lurking for an hour and a half? Yeah, you said something right before the raid. You said, what's the size of that file? The size of the file is 11,000 lines. Probably around a couple hundred kilobytes. That's my guess. I can actually look and see exactly what the size is here. Type, no, not type, dir, stage candinal 10 game snapshot. It's 557 kilobytes. And that's not even a whole lot of content. So yeah, there's a lot of white space in here. We're going to eliminate the white space by moving to a database, so yeah. But before that, you did not say anything. No. Well, you did laugh. You did laugh a few minutes before. Still slow to load. Yeah, for me, it's unacceptably slow now. So, migrating these parts, these objects and arrays that are in JSON to a database. So, I'm working on the interact relationship table here. This is sort of a bug. Let's just imagine this bug wasn't here. This would be typically what you'd have. If these entities are not interacting with any other entities, but these two are in an interaction, let's say that there are two characters that are conversing. They're in a dialogue of some kind, right? So what we want to have this translate to is two rows in a database that one entity is interacting with another, and then vice versa. Why don't front-end devs need toilet paper? Because they don't deal with the back end. Does that deserve? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. So to represent that table, here is the schema. It's pretty simple. We have the entity and then the other. And in the tests that we're setting up, we're doing the CRUD, right? The create, retrieve, update, and delete. Retrieve we're not doing yet. Right now, the database migration strategy is to have JSON in parallel with SQLite. And actually, I should kind of update this. It goes both ways, and even in step 1, it'll go both ways for the JSON, but SQLite only goes one direction. Step 2 will be to go both ways with SQLite. So right now, I'm still in step 1. The plan is to migrate from JSON alone to SQLite. We're going to add SQLite in parallel, write only. And then I'm going to verify that the same data in the JSON is also present in the SQLite. Then I won't be so worried about losing information, right? We have information in both, that they're consistent. Then I can gradually get rid of the JSON. And instead of reading from the JSON, we'd read from the SQLite. At that point, I'll do the retrieve part of the CRUD. So hopefully I've explained that a little bit. Let me know if you have any questions. So create from internal. Right now, the game engine deals with JSON objects and values. So the interact list for one entity, if it's interacting with 5 entities, it would be an array of those references, right? So what we want that to turn into is 5 database rows, where when we select the other from interact where the entity is that same number, we should get back this list of columns, the same as in the original array. So I have the test set up. It's not passing it because I haven't finished writing the code. Destroy is really easy. Whatever you put there doesn't matter. When you destroy it, then you should have no rows when you select it, right? So set is an update. So if it had this and we're changing to that, it should drop the 8 and add the 9. So that when we do the select, we should get the 9 and not the 8. Would communists like Rust because everything is rusty? I don't know. Okay, so I'm working on this kind of table. So this kind of table I consider a set. So if I had something like that, it really doesn't make sense because a set means an element is a member of it or not. So, but something like that would make sense, that there are two different elements in the set. So I'm modeling this in the code as this C array is really a set. And we're going to go through and see between when we're creating it, we're just inserting. But when we're updating, we're going to see which elements have been removed from the set and which elements have been added to the set. And those turn into creates and deletes. Yeah, but for creating the set elements, we're just looping through and we're going to add each one. They're also classless. That's true. All right, so I have a whole bunch of prepared statements. It sounds like I'm talking to the media, doesn't it? But I don't have create set element yet. I have create array element, so I need to add that, right? Create set element and delete set element. So these are ugly. I could make a smaller name for it. Maybe I should, just because this is an ugly name. Let's give it a name. Using, what are we going to call this? Prepared statement set equals that. And then I can take that and just say that. Do I want a name for that? That would be nice too. Using prepared statement handle is a shared pointer to a prepared statement. And so then I can replace this in a whole bunch of places. So there, and then all of these. So an entry in my entity component system used to just have the components that go with that entry, right? But now we have a whole bunch of prepared statements for all of the different things we might want to do with the database. Security appreciates my prepared statements. Yes. Thank you. Hey there, Ernius. How are you today? Okay, so there are two steps to this. We need to basically construct the statement, and then we have to execute the statement. The construct statement is just a lazy approach. Did I modify the wrong code here? Hold on. No, I was just in the wrong place. Here's the right place. Working hard on an ORM with PHP. Nice. This is sort of the ORM for my game in a way. This is adapting the JSON values currently in the entity component system to fit a relational model. So another gifted sub by Gadam. Gadam is on a roll. He's like the sub king here. Congratulations, Colum Betco, for the sub. System convert to single my var. Okay, Mr. Balrog. All right, so we have to construct the set elements statements. Right, this is create and delete. So we don't need the update then. We just need the delete. And then when we go about here, it's going to be execute create set element, exactly. And I don't need the index. It's just a set. Yes. And we need to make sure that we treat it like a set too. Actually, let's Yeah, we don't want to insert the same element twice. So I'm thinking maybe do a two passes here. So first, unordered set of this would be JSON value, right? Entities? No, others. And say void others insert encoded set I. Insert, and then for const auto element in, or other in others. Then insert other. That will remove the duplicates. Yeah, I think Gadam has been so generous that there's so many subs now that we kind of get a lot of subs in chat now. Where do you get Photoshop? I actually have never used Photoshop. Oh, in a Photoshop shop. You can't find it. You get the pirated version in a Photoshop shop. Good one. Twitch eats your badge for that message. Oh yeah, what happened there? I saw that too. Look at that. The badge, it disappeared. Badge disappeared. Photoshop chop shop, yeah. Okay, so I need to define these. And this is just for create. I also need so create set. I also need delete, don't I? Hold on. How come that's not declared? Oh, I'm in the wrong header file. There it is. So we have create, and I also need update. Yes, I need update. Update array elements, and we'll want to have update set elements. And yeah, it's going to be old and new. Like that. So we're going to go down to here and paste the code here. I don't like how complicated these functions are getting. But that's okay. So it's going to be similar to how we deal with an array, only we don't have to worry about slot numbers, right? So there's not going to be any updates. There's only going to be creates and deletes. So I think what I want to do is, like I did with create, where is it? Up here. Now I'm getting lost. Create set elements, where I formed it into a set first. I think I want to do the same thing down here. Okay, so array becomes set in all of these places, actually. Set. Okay. Yes, for every element of the component that's a set, we find the table and the key where there's no update. We're going to construct them like that. This isn't defined yet, but we'll make it. And then we get the old and the new sets, but in here I want to actually put them into real sets here. So it's encoded old set and encoded new set. Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate that. Old others and new others. I'm terrible with names. I apologize for my horrible names here. But I want to find what things have been removed and what things have been added, right? And we're not going by size anymore. I think what we want to do is we want to iterate one set and see if we want to find the intersection and the difference at the same time, right? Thank you for the follow. So let's do it this way. So for const auto old other and old others. We'll see if new others has it. So auto new others entry is new others find old other. If new others entry is new others end, then that means that it was deleted. So I want to execute the delete set element statement. And it's an old other for the other entity. Okay. Else we want to account for it that we don't need to add it. So that would be void new others erase new others entry. So that the ones that are left over in new others will be the ones that we need to insert. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to say for every element in new others, I'm going to execute the create set element like that. And then there's no I, and it's new other. There. And I don't need update. Perfect. So now I need to execute delete and create, and I need to construct set element statements. Yes. 3K lines of code isn't that bad, not even one file. Yeah. It's getting kind of long, isn't it? I think some of these should be split out because they deal with the database, whereas other parts of this file don't deal with the database. Parts of it deal with Lua and stuff like that, like this stuff up here. So I ought to split this up. I'll tell you what, I have an order of oops, I didn't mean to do that. That screwed up. I hit the wrong button there. I need to go back in here and change the zoom again. Fixed. Okay, what I meant to say was to hit this key and do order of operations, right? I like to make things implemented first to pass unit tests, make sure the requirements are all met, and then step 2 is to make it right, which includes refactoring and making it readable and maintainable. So a lot of the time you'll see me work on files that are like 2,000-3,000 lines long because I'm still on step 1. And then when I go back and do refactoring streams, that's where I'm breaking down those large files into more numerous smaller files in order to make things more readable, more maintainable. Refactoring is done to accomplish that. And then if I ever get to step 3, we're getting real. We're getting like measuring how long things take to actually run and finding bottlenecks and that kind of thing. I hardly ever get to step 3. What again, I'll say to the poorly formatted date string, you shall not parse. Exactly, the TS-just reaction is perfect. Not like this. You guys don't know, Mr. Balrog enjoys all sorts of jokes. Good jokes, bad jokes, dad jokes. Mute you for a minute. Touché. Okay, so I need to declare some of these functions that don't exist yet, right? Have create array element, and not for the statement though. So this goes here. And it's gonna look like constructs array element statements, only there's no update. There's only create and delete. And so this has set instead of array. Okay, so that's one declaration, so that red line should go away. There we go. And then I need execute, delete, and create. So let's do the create one right here. Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Otherwise, maybe you just like to hear the sound of my voice. Maybe you like Mr. Balrog's jokes. I don't know. You like something about this stream, and I appreciate it. Okay, there's no index, right? It's just the element. So that red line should go away. There we go. And then I need delete. Delete array, delete set element. Okay, it's like array, only I actually need the component or the value in there, the element. I need that in there. Like that. Now that red line should go away, and it should compile but not link. To make it link, I have to provide implementations for those 3 functions. But I like to do things one step at a time, and there was a compiler error there. I saw that. We'll have to fix that first before we can move on. Referencing a deleted function somewhere. We're in components 1318. What did I do wrong there? Oh, we can't have a set of JSON values because they're not hashable. Well, I suppose I could make JSON value hashable. We could. It might be useful. Should we make JSON value hashable? I can show you guys how to do that. Unordered set and unordered map don't work unless the key is hashable. And it took me a while to figure out how to do that, but the trick is in the hash exact match, please. This kind of a thing. To make something hashable, you have to implement in the standard namespace a template for, and basically a instantiation of the standard hash template, and define an operator parentheses that takes the thing to be hashed and have it return a size t value. I believe you could find that if you go to DevDocs and you go to hash and click it, and there should be an explanation of operator parentheses. Takes a single argument of whatever type and returns a value of size t that represents the hash value of it. And if two parameters are equal, the hash values should be equal. Different parameters that are not equal, the probability that their hashes should be very equal or should be very small. So that's the definition of what makes something hashable. If you want to take a small break and explain star and pointer, that'd be cool, like pointer to pointer. I hardly ever do that, but I can try. And where am I going to find that? Star space? A lot of my comments have 2 stars in them. How about char star? Okay, we can do that because you'll find that in main programs, right? A lot of the time. Like here's part of the Lua script interpreter, right? What does this double star mean? Yeah, in C++, we try to avoid using the raw pointers in general. Yeah, so like TS-JOS is getting at, it's an array of arrays. So, it'd be nice if I had a drawing template, but argv in a main program usually stands for the vector of arguments, and every argument is a string, so every argument would be a pointer to one or more characters, right? So a vector of those is an array of arrays of characters. Yeah, multidimensional, yes. And especially if you don't know what the size of the dimension is, then you have to arrange it so that there's indirection between each dimension. So the first pointer, argv, it's an array of pointers, and each of those pointers points to the storage for one string. So let me try my best to do a little diagram. So if you have a char star argv, right? I'm being rated by Natalo with 8 viewers. I'm explaining a little bit of a side explanation like what a double pointer is in C, right? So what that points to is some kind of an array, right? And each of those is a char star. This is just for visualization. This is not syntactically correct, but let's say you have an argv. It's a pointer to a region of memory, and it's a sequence of pointers. Each of those pointers, let's see if I draw this correctly, backslash dashes, points to some characters, right? Any one of these will point to something else. So that means if you just had one, if we simplify it to just one pointer and one character here, you have 2 memory regions. You have the region pointed to by the double pointer, and the element inside of that region points to another region of memory where you actually store the characters. So expand those arrays. Each of these is pointing to a different string, right? So the strings themselves might not be in memory in the same place. So this might be pointing to somewhere else. Char. And I'll do this little trick. So these are not in the same regions of memory. They could be, but they're not necessarily. These pointers are in the same region of memory because an array in C has to be sequentially addressable. So compare that to if you have like char argv 4, 5 or something like that, right? What is that? Well, let's make a simpler thing. 2, 3. What does that point to? Technically, it points to 6 characters, right? This is just a shorthand for a single dimensional array where it's sort of encoded that you have 2 groups. So there's the row and the column. And so this one, this is row 0, column 0, and this would row 0, column 1, and column 2. Sometimes I get these backwards, but I think this is, it's number of rows and number of columns and then number of rows. Yeah, so then this would be 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. I think. Sometimes I get the rows and the columns swapped. But the key takeaway here is that this is a multi-dimensional array in name only. It's really a single-dimensional array, and C does the arithmetic for you to calculate like how to get to row 2, column 0 is actually offset 4, right? And but this is a truly I call it a truly multi-dimensional array because each dimension is separate in separate areas of memory. First is row, second is columns. I thought it was you read it from, you group it from left to right. So if that would be a column and that's the row. I think. Did I get it wrong? No. Maybe this is wrong. The other way would be, you know what the other way would be. That I consider that detail to be like something easily confused and not as important as just understanding the overall concept that this is really a single dimensional array with the illusion of multiple dimensions because there's math involved in arranging it like a square or a rectangle or whatever. Whereas this truly is multidimensional. This one, every row can have a different number of columns. This one, every row has to have the same number of columns. You get it. All right, good. Let me catch up with chat. ASCII art, indeed. We had a whole bunch of rats coming into the stream, apparently. The book snail, bug raid, the good kind of bug. Oh, thank you. And hello. Yeah, thank you for the raid, Natalo. And life's meaning, hello. And thank you for the 100 bits, Gadam. I appreciate that. And then in Delasio Co. UK, it's a raid of pointing cockroaches. Are they cockroaches or are they rats? I can't tell. They look like little mice to me. And Nimla, hello. And I see a name, but I don't see it in my chat. Oh, there it is. Coder Dodo. 2 rows, 3 columns. Yeah, I probably got it backwards. I probably do. And there's Natalo. Hello. You do fun coding in the future? Sounds good to me. You're coding in R? I don't know R. And hey there, Anakin Luke. You're taking a look at Sweden. Nice. So I might have this backwards. So when in doubt, test, but perhaps it's this way, right? Row 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. One of these is correct. Lol. Let me say this as a stream note. So, doc, stream notes. I'll figure out which one is right. Double pointers and arrays. Text. Okay, we were just explaining that to Gadam, who asked for the difference. Or more information on when you see 2 stars together in C code. See you, Natalo. Thank you again for the raid. So, for everybody who's joining who doesn't know what the heck I'm doing, Nui sent a link earlier about my game. But if you, there's also, I don't know if you linked that, but there's a short video that explains my stream. From a global point of view, what I've been working on for the last year is this multiplayer game, which you can check out now if you wish. There's not much here content-wise. Still working on the game engine. It's written in C++ with Lua scripts, and then the front end of the game you play in the web browser, so it's all JavaScript. And the problem I've been working on the last few weeks is that the way the game stores its data to disk, or to storage, whatever you want to call it, is as a huge JSON object. It's tremendous. Just this small test environment here is 11,000 lines or 550 kilobytes of JSON stuff we have to parse. It's really slow to load and save the game. So I'm working on taking the bulk of the game's data, which is in the entity component system, and converting that to database tables. So for example, let's look at
Let's look at the pile of gold that's sitting right here. This is the information about a pile of gold somewhere in the game. It's keyed by its entity number, which makes it convenient for storing in a database. This becomes the primary key of a table called item, where the columns are what is it, what is its type, and how many of it is it, right? So I've been working the last week or so to basically along this path of where right now the game interacts with a JSON file. I'm bringing an SQLite write-only, so it gets a copy of as much as I can from the JSON file. And then as soon as there's same information between these two, I'll drop the JSON, and then we'll be reading as well as writing the database. And the hope is that when we get step 2 done, the game is much faster to save and to load than it was beforehand. Why don't I use DBs from the beginning? Because I'm not perfect. I thought I would be able to get much further with just JSON, and I was wrong. So I could, if I had a time machine, I'd probably go back in time and say, hey, hint, hint, use SQLite from the beginning. Yeah, you could also consider it part of the order of operations that I do. I try to make it work, so I was mostly focused in the beginning trying to make the game operational. The game is operational, but it's slow. So the slowness is a combination of needing refactoring and then performance. Oh, Soding is raiding me. Hello, Soding and raiders. I'm explaining what I'm doing today. Let me rewind the track a little bit. I'm not going to be able to wave to everybody now. There's too many people. Hey there, Slickver. I'll wave to you since you're one of my founders, though. I am explaining the order of operations and the context of why am I moving my game's code from, moving my game's data from JSON to a database, which is what I'm working on. Thank you for the 100 bits, Gadam. So, this is my game. It is a multiplayer online retro-style RPG. The format of how the game's data is stored in storage is a huge JSON object. It's very slow. I did not design it from the beginning correctly. I needed to make at least the entity component system's data into a database because it's formatted very close to what would fit in a relational database already. But I just thought, hey, JSON is cool. Let's just store it there. But it's too big. So this is, for example, a bag of gold in the game. This will be moved into a table called item with columns, entity, name, type, quantity, max quantity, right? So I am in the process of migrating my game by pulling in SQLite to write-only mode so that it'll get a copy of everything that's in the JSON file. And then once I'm satisfied that it is persisting everything correctly, then we're going to be reading from it and then just tossing the JSON off to the side. Say, thank you, JSON. You were good for about a year, but now we've moved on. Yeah, I haven't realized I need Redis yet. Don't worry, I'll figure it out eventually. Have I tried BSON? It might be in my list. I've been keeping this list of other databases to consider. Let's see if BSON is in here. I don't see it. Should I add it to the list? BSON. Nope, we'll add it to the list. BSON. I have not tried it yet. So I didn't want to just like jump to SQLite and not leave the door open for something else. So what I'm kind of getting at here with the code needed is instead of having the game go directly to any one particular database vendor, I do have an abstract interface to separate the game from the database. So I will write the game to use the interface, but if I want to, I can swap out SQLite with something else, like, you know, Redis or BSON or something like that. Who knows? The only risk is if I get the database abstraction to not really fit. So what I'm going for, this is the second attempt, is this abstraction I've designed is around the notion of SQL statements, because I figure most databases, relational databases at least, will execute SQL statements. So you can build and execute them. And statements are all about preparing them and then binding inputs and then getting outputs when you're done and then stepping, which is, you know, stepping through the rows of your results, that kind of thing. So, for example, let me go show you the item test. So, what do I want to show here? That the traditional, the old school way in my game of how you store the data about an item was as a JSON object. And we want to translate that into, we get the same information out now when we do a select on the item table by the entity key. And those come out as columns now, instead of being elements of a JSON object. So if whatever databases will accept this kind of SQL will be more adaptable to the interface I've picked. Now, if there's a database out there that's like had nothing to do with SQL, then I might have to go back and change my interface again and making it easier to write the eventual and inevitable connection to Redis. Well, yeah, hopefully Redis is something that understands SQL. Otherwise, I'm going to have to take another step back. All right. So, yeah. Thank you for the rate coding and the other 2 rates before. Thank you very much. And let me know if you have any questions. I am constantly jumping around. And you might need to peg me and tag me in chat. Redis does not understand SQL. Okay, then I might be screwed. Or I might just kind of be stuck with the half of the world that uses SQL. Who knows? You like Cypher, you really will. Well, we'll see. Maybe before I get too far, maybe in the next month, I'll have to look at these non-relational databases to see if maybe I should be using that instead. Anyway, I'm dealing right now, this specific point in the process today, I was looking at, I already have item in the database. What I don't have is the interact lists. So these are interactions between entities, and these are sets, really. In JSON, I had to use array, because JSON doesn't have the notion of set. But in the database, we could have the notion of set. I'm going to model this very simply as a table with just 2 columns in it, and neither one is a key. It's a many-to-many relationship, right? Or association. So in interact, you have like if entity 42 is interacting with 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8, then when we select other from that interact table, we should get back 5 results, right? So I'm working on implementing that. And part of that is when we create the component, it has to do a bunch of it has to do a bunch of insert into statements in SQL. So I have not implemented that yet. But this does link right now, right? I just haven't implemented those functions. No, that's right. That's right. There was a problem. I was using unordered set of JSON value, and this is not hashable yet. Hey there, CentOS. I need to make JSON value hashable if I want to use it in the standard unordered set. So I had been just showing that before I got rated, right? The way you make something hashable in C++ is you implement the standard hash for your type in terms of you define an operator parentheses that returns a size t and takes a constant reference to your key. And you have to basically convert your key into an integer. And so I am going to do this for JSON value. Let's go find JSON value. I should probably do this with unit tests, shouldn't I? But I'm not going to, because I don't feel like it right now. This is all inside of one big namespace, right? So outside that namespace, we have another standard namespace area. We're going to use the JSON namespace, though, so that I can just say hash value. Okay, and then I think to do this properly, I'll want to do a switch on the values type. Switch value get type case value type sure array. That's weird that it colored it kind of cyan. It thinks array is a reserved word of some kind. I don't know. What do we have? We have, oh, because they're enum values. Interesting. Yeah, we should handle all of these. Let's just copy them all. Some of them we could default though, right? Like invalid and null could both hash to constants. Why not? There's never a bad time to write unit tests. I know. I'm just not feeling it right now. My apologies. Case all of these. I love multiple cursors, and you should too. Multiple cursors are cool. Default. We'll have to figure out what to do in the default case. Okay, some of these could be combined into the default case, right? Like, let's just drop invalid. Let's have the default just return 0. Why not, right? How did you spawn them so quickly? You can hold down Shift and Control and then do the arrow keys. Then you get a whole bunch of cursors. Or you can just hold down the Alt and just click everywhere on the screen. Look at that. Look at all those X's. Yeah, so either Alt click or Alt Control click, Alt Control arrow to get the multi cursors. You can also click a word and hit Control D to select that word multiple times. Or you can select something and do Control Shift L and then selects that in the entire file everywhere. Very dangerous. Middle mouse drag too? Really? Oh yeah, look at that. Nice. Thank you, CentOS. Let's give you a point, because I didn't know that. And that's your first point here, so you get another useless internet point. Congratulations. All right, so null. Let's have null return 1. Why 1? Just because I want to. And then Boolean, let's say return bool value 2 or 3. It doesn't really matter. These are all arbitrary, right? We should just try to make them different from each other. Here's where it gets interesting, right? For integer, I think what I'm going to do is just add 4 to it. Int or size t of the value plus 4, because I can. SQL is the only really use for relational databases. Yeah, so I've kind of locked myself out of the non-relational databases. But that might be okay. 50% is not bad. Not bad, right? Whether those are more or less appropriate really depends on your data, though. Another thing is that relational databases have different dialects of SQL. Yeah, so I've been trying to keep the SQL to be ANSI or whatever you want to call it, the the common standard, and not try to leverage too much SQLite, for example. But if I need to adjust them, that's not too much work. Most of the work is just adapting it to C++. Okay, floating point, what do we do? What if we do something like this? We take the floating point value, so double value, and then we multiply by some large number, about 1 million, convert it to integer, and call it a day. If there are intersections between these, that's not so bad, right? We just want to avoid like easy to avoid collisions. Like I wouldn't want this to be 1 or 0, because then false always collides with invalid and true always collides with null, right? So that's why I picked these numbers, just to be all different. String, I think here's where we're going to get into more work, right? We can just do a trick where we take each character and add it to the previous character. So size t sum equals 0 for const auto character in. Converting from a standard string the value, we're going to say sum plus equals size t character, and return that sum. Sounds good to me. An array, we can hash every element. That's what we can do. So it can for const auto key or entry in value, we can say I can just do the same thing, right? The summing thing. This doesn't have to be perfect. This has to be good enough. Hey there, Tua Bud. How are you doing? How are you doing, Tua Bud? I want to say sum plus equals, how do I say this? It's standard hash JSON value. Actually, is the template type argument implied if I just do this? Entry.value? Or do I have to actually say JSON value? I might have to. I might have to say JSON value. Like that, right? No, it doesn't like this part of it. Oh, I have to do that and then another parentheses, right? Yes. Do I have to actually... Can I drop that template argument? Oh, nice. I'm okay. I'm a little bit tired because it's now at 4 hours, and I'm into some really... Oh, it didn't like that, actually. So I have to do that, right? I'm into some pretty deep stuff, converting data from JSON to a database, and it's really messy code, but it's getting functional just one step at a time. Hey there, Pro Sam. How are you today? Listening to my awesome voice is nice, I guess. I hope you like my voice. A lot of people just have me in the background listening to me code. It's going, Pro Sam. I'm like, it feels like I'm swimming through molasses. Slow going, and like I start to contemplate my life and how complex this stuff is. So if it's an object and I'm hashing an object, I think what I want to do is, oh, thank you for the follow. I want to consider both the value and the key, right? Let's take the value and multiply by some number, like 42, for example. It doesn't matter. And then we'll also add the key to it. Let's pick, what's your favorite prime number? How about 9? No, 9 is not a prime number. 13? It doesn't really matter. It just needs to be like something that we would try to avoid collisions. And also, if the object is empty, it'll collide. So maybe we'll start these at different starting values. So we already have 4. I don't like how empty string is going to collide with anything I pick here, though. What if I add 4 million? No, I don't know. We could multiply it by 7. Who knows? I don't know what I'm doing. These are all arbitrary, just to avoid collisions. And then if there are any characters at all, it'll quickly sum to some random looking value anyway. So let's start that. I just don't want them all to start at the same values. Let's have these start a little bit off from each other. I don't know what I'm doing. It doesn't really matter. It just will affect the hash table's performance if I get it wrong. I might come back and look at this and laugh at past Raimu and say, you don't know what the heck you're doing. You should be using some gobbledygook algorithm to come up with your hash values, and that's fine. Oh, thank you, King. All right, so now it should build because I have value hashable, which is wonderful. So it means we can use JSON values as keys to hash tables, unordered sets, unordered maps. And mostly I'm BSing until this links. Oh, I missed some functions. Update set elements doesn't exist. Update set elements. I thought I got that one, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, there it is. Did I change the arguments or something? Okay, what's the linker error? Hold on. Hold your horses. Construct set element statements. Okay, construct set element statements. Construct set element statements. Set element statements. Yeah, well, there it is. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm missing that one. Definitely missing that one. Okay. Above this one, we need a function. And we haven't coded it yet. That's fine. Just wanted to link. We'll get it to work later. I should add this as step 0. First, get it to compile, then get it to link, then get it to work, then get it looking good, and then get it passed. 5-step process, right? Okay, now we're missing execute, create, set element statement. How could I forget this one? That goes here. Ah! Indent. Zoom, enhance. All right. Yay, it's linking. Oh, no, it's not. False hope. Hope squashed. Now I'm missing execute delete. Yeah, I just did create, and now I need to do delete. That makes sense. Hold on. All right, so it goes above this one. Right there. Components in bold there. They're done. Link, please. All right. Link, link, link. Okay, so once it links, I can run my unit tests and see the shocking truth about how they all break. That's fine. I am prepared for failure. Show and test explorer and run. Okay, they didn't fail too terribly. Destroy works because create doesn't work. Can't destroy what you haven't created successfully. But the schema actually works. Okay. So, I think I just need to implement those functions then. And I really should have marked which ones are empty. There are like 3 of them, right? Hold on, okay, so there's one here. Right, the construct the statements and then the execute, create and execute delete, right? All right, let's do the create statements first. Or construct statements. Modeled after This is out of order. I didn't put this in the right place. Yep, I put it in the wrong spot. How could I? Actually, these constructs are in the wrong spots, aren't they? No, I have a bunch of order issues here, don't I? So I need to find these 2 and relocate them. Because order is important. It's like good style. Okay, they go above here. How come it won't bring me to it? Bring me... Oh, that's because that's the one I'm moving. Okay, go to that one. Yes, so it goes in between these 2. There. Okay. Yeah, these are all out of order. This sucks. I have these ordered all wrong. Oh, thank you, Pro Sam. I'll take that as a compliment. Well, this one I haven't written yet, so we'll give that one a pass. Construct delete. Okay, this create array elements, let's move that one down to there. I'm going to have to end the stream soon, I think, because my family's starting to make a lot of noise, and it's really hard for me to concentrate when they do that. Create array elements there. Okay. Okay, now it's looking clean, and the one I haven't done yet is create set, right? And I can model it after, construct set. I can model that after construct array, because they're similar. Yes. This. Let's copy this down to construct set statements. Okay, so then the word array gets replaced with the word set everywhere in this function. Thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. Set. Okay, there is no update set element statement, so we can delete that. There's no updating sets. There's only inserting and deleting. Okay, and then see ya, CGRDMZ. Shouted at the top of my lungs. Thank you for being here. I'm not actually sure how to say your name, so I just spelled out the letters, hoping that you won't mind. Okay, so it's other, and there are only 2 things, the element and the other element. So there are only 2 parameters. The table name is there. Okay, and then delete, there's only the entity. No, hold on. There are 2. We delete them as a pair. Okay, so that's done. Okay, now next. CGR is fine. Okay. See ya, CGR. Thank you for being here. Oh, right. I already did create set element. Which one did I not do then? Did I not do... Oh, there's... Wait a minute. Oh, this creates the table. No. Create set elements. Right. Oh, this one calls the others ones. Yeah. So this one we haven't done yet. Okay. So then it's a copy. It's a slightly modified version of array. Instead of array, it's... Oh, and that's wrong too. Hold on. This should be set. Not there, here. Set. And this should be set also. Okay. So everywhere it says array, we're going to make it say set instead. All right, and then if there's no statement, we can't do it. Otherwise, we're binding. The two parameters are the entity and the element. And then we're stepping and we're saying if there's an error, then we couldn't step it. Sounds good to me. Let me make sure I got the parameters right. So when we did a construct, it's right. It's element first and then the other. Got it. Okay. Element and then the other. Or I mean the entity and then the other. This should just be called other. Yeah, that's going to confuse me until I rename it to other. Other. There we go. I'm happier now. And execute delete set element. Where is that? Oh, I did it in the wrong place. This I need to do in both. There. Cool. So then delete array and delete set are similar. Only this is set and that's other. And array becomes set. And okay, I do need to convert the other, right? JSON to DB other. Step it, and we're done, I think. See if I got it to work. I'll be amazed if it works. It'd be a miracle. In fact, it might be a good stopping point. Nope, it didn't work. All right, time to single step through and find out what I'm doing wrong. So that should get me into here. Let's see. Oh, you have to go, Gadam? Okay, see ya. I'm not quite done myself, but maybe you have to go. Did I not? Oh, it doesn't get that far. Interesting. Why not? Go there. Oh, I never called the dang thing. Okay, so this gets called from somewhere else, right? Which gets called... So this I'm probably never calling. Create set elements. Yep, I'm never calling that. Oh no, I am calling it here. So we should reach that line. Right, and then we go into here. And we should get the table and should construct the statements. And it should build... Oh, that's interesting. It was null. Okay, that's the problem. So retry and go to that point. Don't need that breakpoint anywhere. Go. The encoded set is null. It shouldn't be null. Why? What's the key? Empty string. Oh, I never updated that. Right. This is supposed to work with empty string, and I never did that update. So if we need a special case here, we need to return root if path is empty. If path empty, return root. There we go. That needs to be called because empty is a function. Time to get dinner started? I see. Yeah, you don't want your family to turn on you. Have a great dinner, Gadam. And thank you again for all the gift subs. You are wonderful. Hey, look, I got it to pass. The set didn't work, though. But that's okay. I won't hold it against it. Okay, so it expected 9 and it got 8. that's bad because that's exactly what we should have gotten, is 9. So I'm guessing the, oh, I know what I did wrong. I have the create set elements called from, here, but I probably don't have the corresponding thing in set component. Set entity, yeah, this one. Yep, so I need to have, I have to write another function, update set elements. Entity, component, right, I need the before and after. In fact, it should just look like that. Like that. Did I make this function? Oh, I did. Nice. So that's easy. See, I'm already losing my memory. I don't even remember writing this function earlier today. Don't hold a grudge against that test? I know. We don't hold grudges against tests. Tests help us. Okay, well, it should get into here. Let's see why it didn't work. That's the initial crate. We can skip that. And it never got into there. So obviously I did something wrong. I never called update set elements. Why not? It should go into there. So let's try again. Did I write this? Yeah, exactly. Okay, it's never actually getting to that line. Why is that? Is it returning early? Restart, please. Interesting. So it's failing some earlier point, I think. Oh, look, that should be not create. It's some set. That's what I did wrong. I'm not even calling the right function in my test. So maybe I should hold a grudge against this test. Stupid test. There we go. We're passing everything. Now, ask me to explain what I did, and I'm going to have a hard time. But, so set is doing an update of an existing record, right? So it's always going to be in pairs. So we need to prepare the statements, and then we need to execute them, right? This pair is for the top level component, if there is one. For the sets, that's where I added this one. A set element would be if it's listed in this table here. So the interact table is defined to be a set because it's in this table called component set elements. You can't even see that. It's off the screen. Should I make this easier to read? The problem is these types might all be different in the future. I'm not going to bother. Well, actually, I can do this. Make it a little bit easier to read. There we go. Now you guys can actually see the names. So if a component type is listed in component set elements, that means we're interpreting its data to be as a set table, like a table of A, B kind of table. If it's in this component arrays, that means that part of its component is stored in an array table, which is of the form, where did I have that? Right. An array implies order, so each index matters. So I'm calling, I can't use index because it's a reserved word in SQL, so I'm calling it slot. So you can think of it like slots in some kind of RPG's equipment inventory, just like my game. So container being an example of something that's listed twice, its inventory is listed as an array element, so it'll be expected to be in a table where we have 3 columns: the container, the slot number, and the thing in the slot, right? But it's also, container is also listed up here for just the normal field names right here. So these fields are expected to be in a main table, so to speak, called container, where the entity is a primary key. So only one row per component, whereas this one is many rows per component because you have many slots per component. So there, that was my best attempt to explain what the heck I'm doing. Did I make this function? Yeah. Thank you for clipping that. Yeah, I like the idea of breaking this up into lines because I can see the names now a little bit more easily. And this one too, I suppose. Let me do one more component, and then I'll call it a day. But first I want to commit this since it's all working again. And right, we did update to-dos. I did add a stream. No, I modified the update DB migration note to show the arrows go both ways. And then this was add a stream note about double pointers versus arrays. And I need to figure out which one of those is right. Chat tells me that it's rows and then columns, I think, but it didn't seem right to me, but I'm probably wrong. Chat, 99% of the time, chat is right and Raimu is wrong, and I accept that, you know. One of the reasons I stream is for you guys to have both the entertainment of correcting me when I'm wrong and my benefit of being corrected. You should always encourage people to correct you politely, because people like to be right. So they like to correct other people, and then if you are corrected, then that's someone else helping you get better. All right? Okay, so this is work in progress, migrating JSON to SQLite. So what did I do in this step? This step would add interact table. That's what this is testing, and add code to support tables, which represent sets, such as entity many-to-many relationships. I spelled that correct. All right, correctly, I should say. Okay, there's another table that's like interact, and it's called look. Right now, it's very boring because there's nothing in here, but the idea of the look table is for every entity, we record what other entities that the subject entity is currently investigating. So, for example, in my game, if you were to look into the contents of a box, the box's entity number would be added to your look set. And the reason we do this is that if that entity were to be moved or destroyed, we need to go and tell everything that's looking into that box, hey, the thing is moved, or it's changed, or something like that. Yeah, when was the last time? I don't know, hours ago. But I need to end the stream soon, so this is the final lap towards finishing the stream today. I'm going to implement the look table, which is boring, but we need to do it. We'll try to combat the boredom by having the test do something more interesting. There already is a look unit test suite. I think we're just going to leverage that and pull in the new things based off of interact. Where was interact? Oh, actually, I'm in the wrong place, aren't I? This is not the test. That's the executor. I'm in the totally wrong place. Here's the look tests. Right, so then in addition to the tests we already had, we're going to add a copy of the ones we had from interact. So we're going to grab all these. We're going to go over to look, and we're going to paste them. And we're going to say, hey, you thought you were in the interact tests? Actually, you're in the look tests. Ha ha ha. Jebaited. Okay, this contains the unit tests for the components class that have to do with the game's look system. The look system tracks which entities are currently inspecting which other entities for the purpose of informing when one entity when another changes. Basically, if an entity is inspecting or looking at another entity and the target changes, the subject needs to be told about it. So like if you're looking into a treasure chest in the game and someone takes the gold out of it, your client should be told, that gold, not there anymore. Sorry, you were too slow. All right, so that's what I'm adding down here. So every time we have a string interact, it's going to be a string look. Every time we have a, well, I can do these ones individually. Look, and look, and look, and look, and we're done. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate all the follows. You guys are awesome. Actually, I can just take it as a copy. This is going to be easy, right? Because it's the same kind of schema. Yeah. I don't have to change anything else other than the names. So the same names, that means all I need to do is add the schema. So it's almost exactly the same as interact, only the name is different. It would go after I and before P, right? Look. Done. And then to implement it, well, let's run the tests first to make sure the tests are constructed correctly. And the test will fail, and then I'll add, all I need to do is register look as a table, which is a set table, and then should add entries whenever it's updated. So where's look? Here it is. Run the look tests. All the new ones will fail, right? Well, the create and the set will delete passes because the create doesn't work. All right, to make it work, I just need to go here and make it a set table. So just like here, it's just look. Oops. The reason why I list it twice here is because this is the name of the component and this is the name of the table. They could be different if I chose to name it differently in the database versus the original JSON. But that should just work, right? Yes, it just works. I just realized one mistake I just made, though. These destroyed tests aren't technically correct, are they? Okay. That was so fast. I'm done with that. So, but I did realize a mistake I made, so I'm going to go back here. So this is going to be work in progress. Migrating JSON to SQLite again. Add look table. I need to handle deleting an entity. Not just a relationship between two entities, but when an entity is deleted completely. We have to delete all rows that match where the E is equal to the entity, right? So I'm probably not doing that here in destroy, in either of these destroys. Yeah, so this is not doing it. Yeah. Actually, maybe it is doing it. Hold on, what if I construct a real table? Let's see if it still works. If it doesn't work, then I'm right, there is a bug. No, it works. Right. This works because of the generic code, which will delete every row with this where clause for the table that matches the component name. So that makes sense. I'm going to keep that though, and I'm going to put the same thing in the look test for actually both destroy component of type and destroy entity should have the same construction here, the same arrangement. And I'm going to do the same thing for look too. So that should still pass, and then look should still work. But we should make it correct here. That, and up here. That. All right, so these should still all pass. The problem is going to be in the hybrid table I had for container. So I bet you I can make the container test fail simply by putting an actual container in there. So like this thing, for example. If I put that there, the thing is there are two tables, right? So if I do container inventory, that check will probably fail. And that's a problem. So let's do the same test down here. I have the same setup. Just an ordinary ironwood box with stuff in it. And we destroy the box. I bet you the inventory will persist, and that's the problem, right? Yep. Yep, there are 5 actual rows instead of 0 on this line. I wonder why it's not highlighting that. Oh, because it goes to that line up here. Yes, okay, anyway. So that's the problem. We need to go through the secondary tables and drop all rows there. So do I have code for that already in the store entry? This is just deleting one element, right? I don't have a delete all elements. And technically I should have that for set as well, although it doesn't really matter in this case, right? Because so far my set elements are also the primary table. I could actually have a check to say only do it if the table name is different. Yeah, that's probably a smart thing to do. Okay, so we're going to do that. I need to have a delete array elements and delete set elements. We need to construct those. Let's construct them all at the same time. So I already have functions that do this, right? Construct set element statements. Right, so let's just add another one. Delete set elements statement. And just add it to the list. Let's do it. No, I don't have a full-time job. I am doing this full-time now. Yeah. And when school is in session, I'm more part-time doing this and then part-time driving kids around. But when the coronavirus hit, pandemic hit, they're all doing school from home now, so I don't need to drive them. So I've been able to put more time into work. Well, thank you for that follow. Okay, so I need to add, I'm missing something here. Oh, I'm not looking at the right thing. I need to look at construct. There we go. So in addition to deleting one set element, we need to delete the set elements statement. Okay. And then the implementation. Right, this is deleting one element. If we want to delete them all, we need to have a slight difference here. It's delete from and then drop the and other equals. So this is delete set statements, plural. Plural. And I'm done. So we need to just put elements there and here. Actually, I don't really need it in this case, do I? Let me think about this. Yeah. So this can just say, I don't need a name for this one. Just put it there. There. All right. How come it doesn't like that now? I don't know. That should just work. Why is it not working? Could be I'm just confusing intelligence. Can you give you a website for learning C++ or Python? Learn, we'll link it. Let's alias com that. Learn programming to learn. There's no website that I know about for C++, but I would recommend Scott Meyer's books. So Scott Meyer's Effective C++. This book. Yeah. I think actually this is an advanced book. You have to know C++. But probably that book talks about what books you can read first. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? Good book for learning C++? I don't know, but this one, once you've learned enough C++, this one is very good for learning to getting further on in there. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know of any websites for C++. Python, same issue, I think. Well, I learned from Learning Python. Learning Python book. Yeah, this one. This is a really big book, too. Where's the Amazon link? Is this it? Yeah, the rat book. C++ primer helped you out a lot when you were trying to learn. Effective C++ should be your second C++. Okay, so Jackamus, what's the first book then? When someone asks me for that in the future, I need to have a first book. I learned Python from this book. It's kind of old now, though, right? Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing this game for a little bit over a year now, and the elements that went into it, I was working on for the previous 6 months before that. Yeah. Thank you for the command there. C++ primer is good? Okay. Yeah, just if you guys know of any site that teaches either C++ or Python, let me know. Maybe what is it? Coding game? No. Khan Academy? I don't know. Yeah, just read from the ISO standard if you're hardcore. Exactly. How close is it to be ready? The engine's getting there. The game engine runs. I just need to make it a little bit more efficient in its data storage, and then it's going to be a matter of transitioning to actually doing content work. So I would say the engine is 75% done. The content is 2% done. So if you're interested in the game's mechanics, it's mostly ready. But if you're interested in the game's story and content, it's only just begun. So there you go. This built, right? Yeah, so the IntelliSense issue I saw before is gone. I don't have the content all planned out. That's one of the problems I have. I'm not an artistic, creative person, so I'm going to need help building up a story. Or I might have to take a break from Twitch for a few weeks at some point and just like wall myself in and then think up a story. Automate the boring stuff by Al. Oh, for Python. Yeah, there you go. That's a good idea, Codephobia. Let me put a reference to that in references, web resources. Well, it's a book, right? Where did I put book references? Tips? I need to organize this better. Is it an overview? Oh, advice on learning programming. Oh, here we go. Book recommendations. Python. Let me spell it correctly. Automate. Let's get the correct title. Automate the boring stuff. Python. Is that it? Yep, Al Swigert. Here we go. It's called Automate the Boring Stuff with Python. And there's a link. There we go. Thank you, Codephobia. I think that is a good reference because it's also supporting a fellow live coder streamer. Okay. Yeah, you can post a link if it's appropriate to answer the question for what site or book is good for learning Python. Sure. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Okay. I'm having trouble thinking, which probably means I need to take a break. I need to find a stopping point. Oh, I know what I was doing. This constructs the statement, right? So this should build. Yeah. Then that's just for sets. I need to do the same thing for arrays. So there, for construct array elements, there needs to be a delete array elements. And then I need to go and hit all the places where this is and update them. Okay, so update array. So this one, we don't need a name for it. Just elements. And then same thing here. Elements. Okay, and then here where we actually prepare it, delete array elements. It's the same kind of thing where it's a delete without a slot index. So delete from whatever table we're entity, and then we drop the end slot equals. And that's to delete array elements. There we go. So now I have the statements prepared. Now we just need to execute them. It only lasts for a limited period. Okay. Thank you for the links. I'll put it in the notebook. Limited time only. You'd also like to recommend Project Euler. Okay. Thank you for that. I'll give you guys points. Oh, that's probably going to be your first points, right? So, more useless internet points. You might ask yourself, what are these points good for? Absolutely nothing right now, but in the future, if I get my game off the ground and you create an account in the game and you link it to Twitch, you will have in-game credit, and that credit will be probably used to unlock exclusive content or items. So collect the points now. For example, Toulouse with 247 points probably will have early access to everything in the game before anybody else, along with Nui. Probably the top 10 will have like exclusive access to new content when it first comes out. And I'm still not sure whether the points are permanent or whether you trade them in for things. I haven't decided yet. But anyway, that's what the points are for. Yeah, you only have 2? I'm sorry. You'll earn more. Okay. So I think I'm going to actually need some more helper functions for this. For execute, right? Yes, we'll need an execute delete array elements statement. And there's no index, just an entity. Yeah, streamers are automatically subscribers to themselves for life. I also have an infinite number of channel points. So, you know, when you see that number in the corner for in chat, I see an infinite number of mana. Infinite mana. Yeah, streamers are automatically tier 3 subs to themselves for life, and they have infinite channel points. All right, delete set elements. We'll need that one too, right? Without any other. Okay, easy peasy. I can do this. So the single delete and the multiple delete are similar. Only there's a plural and there's no index. So this has it's plural and there's no second parameter. Done. And then the set is the same way. The plural version of this just has plural everywhere and there's no other. So this has plural, no other, plural. Done. And now to actually use them, this is in delete entity. Delete entity. Destroy entity? Destroy entity, here we go. Yes, so right here, I need to call the other function. So execute delete array elements. Okay, yes, I am going to need to get a reference to it, aren't I? I don't need to use it twice, so I can just do it once here. Delete array elements, and then the table name. Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Actually, hold on. I need to actually do a lookup here. So, hold on. Let me put a bookmark here. We'll come back to that. What does create component do? Oh yeah, it goes into this helper which does this lookup. Yeah, we need to do the same kind of thing. All right, so we have create. Out of curiosity, what does set entity component type do? It's update. Got it. So I need to have there's a create, there's an update, and I need a delete. Yep, I need a delete for these. Create, update, delete. So these are delete. Array elements and set elements. And I actually don't need the component at all, do I? Yeah, I don't need the component at all. Do I need this? I need the store in. Okay, so I need these two functions. And sure, we'll put it out right after create. There we go. You don't have any points. Why don't you have any points? Probably because you're new here, right? Yeah. Sorry. Wait a minute, didn't I give you a point for, Wait a minute, did I mess up? Did I give the points to the wrong person? Wait, why does it say you have 0? Hold on. Points. It says you have 2. Why did it say you had 0 earlier? Is that a bug? There might be a bug in the points command. The points command has a bug. Alright, we'll have to add that to the list. There is another bug in the point system, by the way. If you try to... Don't do this at home. If you gift a point to yourself, it can actually... You'll actually lose your own points. Where was that? Points. Fix gift in... Alright, so it goes with this fix bug in points command, where sometimes it says a user has no points, when in fact, they do have points. Alright, thank you for finding the bug. I will give you another point. Apparently it works for me, probably because it's a parameterized version, which I can run as the broadcaster. But the solo version... Okay, now it's working. But why did it say 0 before? Weird. I didn't fix it. Okay. Don't know why. It did. I see it in chat history. It said you had 0. And I don't know why it said that. That's gonna... How am I gonna recreate that? I have no idea. I'll have to inspect the code and see if I can find out what happened. Okay, it's logged. There shouldn't be a delay, that's the thing. The number of points are synchronized with the game, which uses a journal and has a in-memory copy. So as soon as the bot responds, it should have updated. And it should also, well, yeah, only the server running the bot answers, and so it shouldn't be inconsistent with itself. So it's really weird. That's a weird one. I'll get to the bottom of it. After I've gotten to the bottom, well, either sometime while I'm working on getting to the bottom of like the 150 other issues. This is a problem of working solo, is that your to-do list becomes 300 items long and you only have like 50 of them done. By the time you get to 100 done, you're at 600 that you have left to do. The number of to-do items goes up faster than the rate at which you can complete them. Okay, anyway, so the beginning of this works the same. It's if there is an entry, then we're going to loop through, get the table name, and that's actually all I need, right? Then I call delete, execute, delete, set elements statement. Because all it needs is the statement, the table name, and the entity, which we have. So the statement is store entry dot delete set elements. The table name is table name, and the entity is entity. And that's all I need. I don't need the rest of this stuff. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Is this right? Oh, we have to dereference here. Type. Maybe? Dot? No, that's correct. Okay, so then delete array elements is going to be like create array elements, only we're deleting. Just easier to destroy than to create, right? We don't actually need any data or anything, so we just look it up. We don't even need a key. Yeah, so we just call execute order 66, right? Execute delete element statement. The statement is store entry. Actually, it's right here. Store entry dot delete array elements table name. Oh, is it table name and not component type? I got it wrong in the other place then. Table name and then entity. And delete the rest of this code. So it's table name instead of type. Got it. Okay then. And then this is what I need to call in destroy entity. So in addition to these, I call destroy array elements. Entity. Type, right? Well, the type is components of type first. And the store entry second, right? This store entry? It's components of type second, I believe. Delete array and set elements. There. Oh, I got something wrong. Line 1631. What did I get? What did I screw up here? Hold on. I might just be making mistakes because I'm tired. Oh, yeah. I did the wrong one here. No, that's correct. Wait. I'm searching the wrong thing again. How did that happen? Oh, did I chop the index off? I chopped the index off of here. I chopped the index off the wrong one, I think. Oh, I smashed that up one really good. I hit the wrong function. Shoot. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, wait. No. It's just that that has an S on it. That's the problem. There's the singular and the plural version. All right. So then destroy entity. Those two lines I need in the other place too. I need that to go into destroy component of type. I need that there. And then there's impl in front of those two. And then here I can just say entity type. Oh, I don't give it the statement directly. Right, it's just the entity and then the type, which is type. And then what's the third argument again? The store entity, which is store entity. Second, I think. Perfect. Okay, if this works, then I gotta call it because I am running out of steam. Run. Yes. All right, cool. I fixed it. Let's run all the other ECS tests while we're at it. Let's run all down the line here. These should all pass. Why is that one taking a long time to run? Oh, that's the complicated one. That has nothing to do with the database. I should not have run that one. That's going to take... That's almost done. It's done. And it all passed. Good. Yeah, these are relatively fast, right? Globals, golem commands, input, interact, item, look, movement, position index, rendering. Rendering might have a lot of tests in it, actually. Yeah, that has to do with the camera systems. I'm developing on Windows right now, but I try to use tools that allow me to do the same kind of work on Linux or the Mac. I haven't actually done stuff on my MacBook for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. But it should work. VS Code runs fine on the Mac. Uh-oh. The use script is broken. Oh, did I never finish that one? I forgot to do this one. And I said last time I would do it later. Trademark. Hey there, Apollo I. Apologies, Apollo I, but I'm about to end the stream because I'm running out of steam. I need to make a note again. Did I put a note in last time to finish the use? Nope, I didn't. And I also need to repair the Gelmegas account. There's actually a bug in the points migration. Okay, so I need to what am I doing? Well, I don't want to use my stream notes for this. I want to use the to-do list. There should be a use table. Okay, it's not in here. All right, then we're going to add it. Okay, fix the ACS tests use tests by implementing the storage of the use component in the database. All right, and then there was something else, right? Uh-oh. You guys are hearing a lot of noise. Hold on a second. Started vacuuming near me. I'm like, I'm almost done with the stream. You can vacuum when I'm done in the stream in a few minutes. I wanted to write down which. Let's just run them all. Not a lot of noise, I know, but it was bothering me. And I'm literally almost done. In fact, while this is running, let me find someone to raid. Because I just wanted to I just want to remember which tests I broke that I need to write down that I need to go fix them. So, twitch.tv/Raimu8354 following. Let me see if I can introduce you to someone else who is streaming development. And so that you can have more fun watching coders. Let's see. Oh, really? There aren't a whole lot of coders going? What is this? I guess we could raid Kindred. What's he doing today? See what Kindred's up to. I'm not sure. It looks like he's in his world editor. Okay. I guess we'll raid Kindred. So Kindred Dev is developing his own game called Swords and Magic and stuff. And it's available now, apparently. He had a Kickstarter and everything. Most are watching the MS Build, which caused not a ton of people on. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I hope you guys enjoy Kindred Dev. He's got a pretty cool looking game. He's made a lot of progress. He's built a huge community around both Twitch and YouTube, and he's got a Kickstarter and everything. If you hope you enjoy the stream. I will be back on Thursday. My streaming schedule is I take Wednesdays off so I don't burn out. I'll probably be doing work off stream. It's really hard for me to do 40 hours a week streaming, so I do as much as I can streaming, and in the off time I do work, just not streaming so much. And I will be stretching, but after the raid. Sorry, Nui. I'm doing the raid right now because I gotta go. So let me raid Kindred. He's on my list. I don't even have to search for him. Look at that. All right, so you guys enjoy Kindred. I will be back on Thursday, 9:15 a.m. or 16:15 UTC. I really hope you enjoyed the stream today. Goodbye, Nui. And thank you to Gadam for all the gifted subs. He was very generous again today. And enjoy. See you guys later. All right. Bye.